What's up? What's up? What's up? Ah, let me find the song. I'm gonna have to go grab my goddamn phone to put on some music, cause we're gonna have a little fun. I'm gonna have a little discussion about BGS, women and men. We're gonna talk about it a little bit about it all, right? We're gonna talk about BGS admitting that he was in his little girly feelings. And see, when they get in their girly feelings, what they do is they want to correct you even before you say anything, because he knows exactly what it is that, not him per se, right? This is a man who I've been listening to for a little bit, and I respect, some of the things that he said. Actually, most of the things he said, I've never had a problem with anything this man had to say. I respect him just by being the black man that he is. But when they get in their feelings, they turn straight up bitches. And then on top of that, this dude, right? This is that type of dude who will take up for a man in a heartbeat, even when he knows that man is in the wrong. And that is something that I cannot respect. Okay, so let me open up the chat over here so I can see what's going on, because I see that a couple of people came in. So let's clear some things up, right? Because I never went to BGS area that night. So I had to clear that out. Okay, so hi everybody, how y'all doing? A few weeks ago, I was in BGS's area, right? And chilling. I was chilling with the group of people, and there was no problems. I was even in that ladies hangout, and there was a great conversation, different angles of the, giving advice and telling the young women how to be young women and be proud, and nobody downing black men or black women, basically, right? I do admit that over there they kind of have a, this sense of a black woman belongs in this certain space and place. But I can tell that the women, for those who do have women over there, you could tell they're not dealing with no weak ass woman. It might be something that they want. You know how some of these black men, they want a woman who's submissive, and yet they don't even know what that truly means, right? A lot of there are black women who can be submissive to a man. Those of us who understand what that means, we know that it doesn't mean that he tells you what to do and you just go running to do it. It's not that simple. Okay, it's not that simple. But this man just now, so I was in the hangout and everything went fine. There was no problems. Then my dad passed away, because I was excited about joining that group over there, right? You could tell there's some educated people. We have some older ladies, some younger ladies, you know what I mean? Older men, younger men. But some of those men over there are hot-headed, and they just want to roast. They don't want to be educated. They just want to act like they are already educated and that they already know everything. And I'm not even talking about BGS when I say that, right? Because he is a man, you could tell what he talks about, he knows what he's talking about. And I give him that, right? It's not him per se that's the problem, except that he's the ass kisser, even to those who aren't as smart as him. In a heartbeat, he ready to put his IQ up against mine, as if he just assumes that he must be the brightest bulb in the room. He automatically assumed he's smarter than everyone. That's what that dude is, right? He have all the answers, right? And then so tonight, wait, no, let's go back. So in that chat, it was nice. Hell yeah, they reckless over there. I knew he was gonna be reckless. That one dude, there's that one dude who jumped in. Now, see, I didn't ask for the hangout link, but that female Shar, right? She read something that I said incorrectly and made it seem like I was making a statement and talking negatively about black men, right? Now, so let me set this up. The problem isn't usually the men. It usually stems from females. Yeah, sure will. It usually starts from females. Now, see, when I was over there and giving the information, right, we were sharing, all of us, all the women were sharing with the younger women. It was an absolutely great conversation. I was there the whole night. I mentioned, me being married and blah, 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 blah. I don't sound like a young woman. You could tell that I'm up in age, right? But what happened was when these women, right, when they notice that I'm talking to the men and the men aren't attacking me, I become the focus from the women, and not all of them. This is what happened. I become the target for these women. I was over there talking the whole night, even in the men's hangout. There was no issues. They waited 2 hours into the conversation that we was having. That part of that conversation had passed. 2 hours. Suddenly, at the end of the night, angry man came in, and they was like, then the females come into the chat area. Bomb, why you did this? Why you did that? BGS, who is running that thing over there, he never said anything that I did anything wrong. They didn't even hint that I did anything wrong, because I did not do anything wrong. We was on topic. It was flowing. But see, they start listening to these women put shit in their ears. So they waited for angry man to come over, put some mad shit in his ears. Then all of a sudden I became somebody. I don't even know who these people, they confusing me with someone else. Remember that ghetto gagger shit? That came from them bitches. And then so tonight I walked into the room. The person, Kendra D, right? I I said hi to her. She said hi back to me. And we was talking and I was conversing with everybody in the chat. I mentioned no drama. I didn't mention nothing. I was just on topic. Then Shaw Willie said something about, she read one of my comments, but she didn't read it in its entirety or in its context. And it wasn't even a question, but she made it seem like I asked a question, which I don't even know how he even thought that was a question, because it wasn't a question, it was a statement. I was talking to a particular person, right? What I was telling that person is, right, because the female asked a question about why black men live off of black women, right? That was her question. And then she also asked, after that, when she asked the question about, why the black man blamed the black woman for everything. So my answer was, on YouTube, there's men who do that on YouTube, but in the real world, it's not like that. So I was basically just saying these men aren't doing this in real life. It's a segment here on YouTube where they blame the black woman for everything. We all know this. If you're on YouTube, you already know this is being done. You already know there are a group of black men who blame the black woman for a lot of shit. So I understood that person's question. I was just simply saying, sister, there's some men, they only do that here on YouTube, but they're not doing that in the real world. Shar read her question, right? It was a valid question. She read a question. He said he wasn't gonna answer that, and who said something like that, and he wasn't gonna get in it tonight. And why even ask questions over there if you're not gonna get in it tonight? If you're gonna act like you a bitch, like if people can ask questions and you're okay with answering them, then why attack a woman you don't even know? Sounds like a valid question to me. If it would have came from a man, he would have answered it with no problems, right? So she decides to read my statement to that young woman, who I don't even know who the young woman is, right? And she made it seem like I asked the question as if I was attacking black men. And I was like, whoa. So when he said, well, I'm not going to answer that neither. And then he said, well, who, I'm not even going to ask who, but who? And she said, Bomb Cherry. And he was like, oh, well, yeah, you know who she is. We already know. Right? So all of a sudden, I'm like, you already know. Like, dude, what do you think you know about me? This nigga don't know shit about me. He even said that I've been here for a year and a half. He's a fucking liar. Right? he made, so when I didn't ask to get in the hangout, she sent me the email link. Trust and believe, I know when these women, what they do, right? I had no questions. I didn't act like I had any questions. Suddenly she was like, go check your email. I didn't ask her to go in the hangout. But see, they know what's gonna pop off, right? Because she know that she got a group of men who's ready to go from 0 to 10 in a heartbeat. Nigga, I'm not fussing about you. How you doing, angry man? I'm you gonna be welcome to come in and we could chat about this shit if you like. I am on here to set some shit straight, right? So I'm talking about what happened. That happened about a month ago now, because it was right before the passing of my father, right? So that night everything was cool and shit. 2 hours after everything was cool, I was sitting in and hang out with the men. You came in with a group of women and y'all started inviting me to a roasting session. So I went over there to the roasting session. The roasting session was done over with. You know what I'm saying? Y'all thought y'all was gonna spank up on me, but I mean, I've been doing this shit for years, just not here on YouTube. So it was what it was. It was over. But next week, you motherfuckers over there on BGS, people coming talking about Bomb Cherry was ghetto gaggers. Bomb Cherry ghetto gaggers. I'm like, Bomb Cherry ghetto gaggers? The fuck they talking about? So then you got a group of whack ass men over here claiming I was ghetto. Right. And the roasting session was funny and I was cool with it. It wasn't even no big deal. But see, you got slow ass niggas over here who don't understand roasting, right? Roasting, you could say some shit that's not true. So even if y'all was roasting me and saying that I was ghetto gaggers, I get it. It's funny. But see, these dudes over here started making this shit seem like it was real. Like they was on some real type of shit, like Bomb, oh, that's her. Yeah, that's her. They even put this woman's photo up claiming that is me. I was like, so I didn't say shit at first. I was like, well, everybody who knows me know that's not me, right? They know that's not me. But anyway, so long story short on that bullshit, because I thought we set up that shit. But no, they got some whack ass niggas still doing that shit, right? Still trying to claim that, well, that's her. The photo's not clear enough. This dude, what's his name? Troll Master. You know, I made a video about him telling me suck dick and shit, right? This dude says, well, he can't tell that it's not me because the photo is too blurry. But his motherfucking thumbnail is a clear face of that female. In his video is a clear face of that female. And everybody knows that that is not me. My eyes are pure blue. They turn green and gray. That female eyes is dark. The only thing me and that woman got in common is the tone of our skin. If that, right? If that. But anyway, tonight though, I go over there because I'm listening to the men. I'm gonna be honest. I listen to BGS. Him on his regular channel. I listen to you men when you're sitting up there. You know what I mean? Saying I like listening to you black men converse. Y'all, I think it's lovely. I like listening to the women converse. But see that bullshit that the women do over there, they like, if the woman isn't in their clique, then they will start some fucking problems. And then the next thing I know, I'm the problem kid. I'm the fucking problem kid. I don't even know who he is, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what he do, but you saw what happened tonight, right? Before I could say one word, in fact, when I jumped in, I muted myself. I didn't say a goddamn thing, nothing. And before I can even have a chance, right? Because I'm waiting my turn like I usually do. I'm respectful. Old dude talking about, well, don't start this. Don't be disrespectful. Even that short female way. Well, you know, no throwing mud. And I'm thinking to myself, I wasn't throwing mud. And I've been in the chat for over an hour. I never said one negative thing. So then I saw that other dude. I think that's the one who claims to be a police officer, right? Because I listened to his tales like a couple of weeks ago. That nigga over there be talking that mad shit. You could tell he's not a powerful black man. He don't really like black men because he will down the black community. Like some of them niggas over there, all they do is talk negatively about the black women, the black kids. Like some of them just aren't positive. Because if you don't understand white supremacy, then you will be a lost ass nigga like some of those men over there. They lost. And I'm talking to that motherfucker the police guy, the guy who was ready to roast. See, he jumped in. I don't even know where the fuck he came from. He wasn't even in the hangout. All of a sudden I get in, the dude jumps in because he ready for what y'all call that smoke. Nigga, anytime you want some motherfucking smoke, you come over here. The first thing he talking about, I know that bomb chick. Then he says, well, it's the first time you fully closed. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm on this shit, my Instagram, my fucking Facebook all the time. And I'm always fully clothed. If you think a V-neck shirt or dress is me being nude, nigga, that's all in your fucking imagination. Now, I would like you to go find a photo of me being totally nude, nigga. That's what I want you to do. Go find a photo of me nude. Because that bullshit about, oh, she's fully dressed. What the fuck is you talking about? See, I know what it is. See, slow ass niggas like him see an expression on a woman's face. I get it. I know I could be a little erotic, right? I understand eroticism, sexism. I understand being sexy. I understand that. I don't have to be nude to display that. See, so you can watch a video of me fully fucking dressed, moving around to some music, and in your mind, you thought I got nude. You thought I took off my clothes. See, but that's your issue. That's not my issue. Because I did not take off my clothes. See, that's how I know the slow ones. The slow ones, they announce themselves real quick. I've had videos up where the man talking about, look at you, why you took off all your clothes? And so they said that in the comment section. So I type back to them, type in the stamp time where I took off my clothes. Then they shut the fuck up. They watched the video again. Not one time where I take off anything. Yeah, I know I ain't got to explain some shit. I don't have to explain shit, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this and let them niggas know. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? I was cool over there like I was the time before. The few times, I've been over there many times sitting in there hang out. And all of a sudden they start confusing me with some other woman. And let me tell you something anyway. Like, whatever the fuck I decide to do with bitches, whatever, that's me. Hey, baby. So when are you fucking men gonna stop trying to pit a woman against her sexuality? Like, when does my vagina or anything about me becomes mine to where I can do what I want with it? That's what I want to know from you lame ass dudes who I know for a fact y'all look at videos and pornography and the women on Instagram. Like, I know this. And I'm not against you watching. But why is it when you get angry and you want to pop off like a bitch to a female, why is it the first thing? Oh, I know who she is. Oh, she finally fully dressed. So you've been going through all my photos, nigga, looking at all those photos that want you. I get it. I get it. It's funny. BGS, you a lame dude. Not because I don't think you're intelligent, right? Because I would be lying if I said that I don't think you're intelligent. What I'm going to tell you, though, dude, is you sound lame when you start taking up for the dudes who you know aren't on your level, and you know that them dudes did that shit. And then you're going to talk about, well, no, that's not you. Nigga, I came over there for a minute, and I saw what y'all was talking about. And yes, there was people saying that was me. Did you say it out of your mouth? See, he think he's really intelligent. Because he think I didn't pick up on the fact that he was saying that it didn't come from him. So that's when I said, wait, let me be clear. I didn't hear it come out of your mouth. But yes, he knew I was talking about you, angry man. He knew I was talking about that other dude. I don't even know that dude's name to even refer to him by name. I know his picture. Yes, they are bitter. If you are a woman and you look like you know what I mean? Like if I am an older woman, that is a fact. Okay? If I look like my age or older, they'll be okay with it. Right? They got me into a roasting room where they invited me. I didn't even know them. Truly did not know. I already know Angry Man is a roaster, right? I watch his show. I listen to you as well, Angry Man. I be over there. You know you see me. Most of the time, I don't even say anything. I sit there and just listen to you. I agree with a lot of things you say. Anyway, did you see what I just text? I was talking about never. Oh, okay. Not you never said you was on ghetto guy. See, there was people who were saying, and I'm not even gonna lie, because I did not hear it from you. The what is his name? Raj, the bad guy, and his whole group. They were the ones on here talking about Angry Man said it. And when they said that you said it, you know what I said? I said, well, you know, Angry Man is a roaster. So if he said it, then he was roasting me. That and you can ask anybody. You can ask anybody. That's what I said. I said, well, I said if Angry Man said it, then he was roasting me, and he knows that that's not me. I said so. There's a difference between roasting and giving information as if it's real. Came at you. You know what I'm saying? I never came at you, and everybody knows. They were like, well, why are you not mad at Angry Man who said it? I said, first of all, if he said it, then he's a roaster. I can deal with that. And that was it. Okay? So, but I'm gonna tell you, it was the men who said that y'all said that shit. So when BGS, when I went over there and BGS was like, nah, that's another woman. We was talking about another woman. We never mentioned her name. I was trying, and there was not much I could say after that because I did not hear it with my own ears, and I didn't see it with my own eyes. I was only going by what people said. See, not so I had no standing, right? To be fair, if he says he didn't say it, I'm taking his word for it. But then I just wanted to clear up also, are you saying you didn't say it, or are you saying nobody in your area ever mentioned my name? There was maybe like 30 goddamn videos made up, people saying that I was on ghetto gaggers. I'm like, what? And to me, I'm not saying that the women who did the ghetto gaggers thing, I'm not judging them. What I am going to say is I'm all for my brothers, right? That's all I'm gonna say about that. I love my black men. Ghetto gaggers, I don't see no black men over there. That's all I'm saying about. So to me, that's the low. If you want to talk about me shaving, I'm not ashamed of my shaving video. I'll be like, hell yeah, doesn't the carpet matches the drapes? You know what I'm saying? I'm not ashamed of anything I've done, but I'm definitely not gonna take blame for some shit I didn't fucking do. And that's right. That's right. Reg made a whole video and he said your name. He said you specifically, Angry Man. He was like, and then he made a video talking about he was going to get at you and he didn't know how. Like after we apologized, you know, I guess, or whatever that shit was, where I decided to just drop it. He said that you told him you was the one saying it and that they was over there in there for like an hour or so with the photo up claiming that it was me. I was like, well, damn. Okay, I'll send you a link. But yeah, that's the person. They was over. It had gotten real bad on this side of YouTube, right? It had gotten real bad because everybody kept saying that it wasn't me. He was saying that it's me. Him and his group of men looking at the photo, claiming that that fucking woman is me. That woman do not look anything like me. But what's tripping me out is not even all of that drama, right? It's the shit tonight. They keep claiming, oh, I know who she is. No, you do not know who I am. If you heard things, right? How do you know me if you say you didn't see it for yourself and you don't know this, you don't know that? How can you in the same breath, and I'm back to BGS, right? Uh yeah, back to him. How can you claim that you know me in the attitude that you had if you don't know me? It just don't make no goddamn sense. I'm on here trying to educate and be powerful. I'm just trying to give people different perspective on life. That's it. I'm not on here to be beating up on my brothers, most definitely, nor my sisters. That's not what I want. Can I start the roasting too? Yes, I can make a funny ass video, coming back. And then we let it go because we know, those of us who know how to roast and do that shit, we know that shit is not serious. Nobody's talking about beating up nobody afterwards. Once you made the video and everybody laugh or says lame, we move on. These motherfuckers don't know how to move on to save their life. Okay? They don't know how to move on. Hi, Victoria 101, Dion, TJ, how y'all doing? He actually said your name. He said, and I don't even know why he pulled your name out of that. But he was like, yes, you said it on BGS thing, and then everybody was over there. I'm dealing with my father's debt, and these niggas over there talking about I'm on some goddamn ghetto gaggers. And what's worse about them lame ass niggas, right, is that they used the photo. Like, it would have been more believable, possibly, if they had never put up the woman's photo. They so fucking stupid. They put up the photo. It was like, this is bomb. You can find hundreds of pictures of me on the motherfucking internet. I go by the same name. I'm not hiding. See, if I was trying to hide, then I would have came on this bitch without using Bomb Cherry. Every one of my accounts that I've lost had Bomb Cherry or Bomb Cherry juice in it. This in it. My cooking channel has Bomb Cherry in it. My dragon account has Bomb Cherry. I'm not trying to hide from nobody. Okay, I have no reason to hide. So we got one dude, the dude over there talking about, oh, me. I showed photos of me from a baby, high school, middle school. Now that want me. It had Jezebella up there. Jezebella, you can look that name up and you're not gonna find no photo that look like me. I don't know what the hell just happened. But anyway, we got that shit resolved slightly. But then, so I go to BGS room thinking, okay, I can participate. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go over there and participate. And they bring up some shit. Then I'll mention what took place. But I go over there. I had been in that room since the beginning. I got the notification. I was one of the first people in his room tonight. I just didn't say nothing. Right? I was sitting there with my husband was in the shower. I was sitting there listening to the room. But I'm gonna tell you, it's mostly the women over there. And I'm not even talking about all of them, but they got a select group of women who got hatred in their hearts. They don't want other women to really get in. And I'm not the only person who said that. Okay, we got younger women. Soon as a female start being a part of the group, and if the males look like y'all take to them and you're okay with them, you have some women who are willing to just go in. I don't know why another woman would try to down me for being a woman. I don't even understand that. Why are we judging other fucking women based on their sexuality? If you do not like what I do, that just means don't look. I don't do what I do for women any fucking way. I'm not into women like that. Yeah, they're insecure, and it's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So I mentioned that I'm married, right? for almost 30 years. I've been actually married 28 years. My husband can tell you the months and the days and the and the actual hours, right? He can break it down like that. I don't. Um, we've been married all the time. We raised my 2 kids. So, like, I am positively within my community helping other children. I come on here thinking I can reach more people by saying there's a different way of looking at things. We're not all doing things right. It's not about being right or wrong sometimes, but sometimes we need to hear the truth. We have young women who have baby after baby after baby. We have men who aren't taking care of the kid. It's all kinds of fucked up. So I thought I could come on here, share some of my things that I've done right, some of the things I've done wrong, and maybe what Black love can be just, something that's positive. That's what I came on here to do. And I started a cooking channel. So for the young women who want to know how to cook. And even in my cooking channel, you don't see me at all. I don't even have a photo of me. You don't see me. I'm just showing the cooking. That's it. But I'm just saying, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why some women have these issues. Because they aren't unattractive women. I've seen the young women. They look beautiful women. So what is the problem with another woman coming in? Especially after I said I'm married. So that means we're not even competing because I'm not out there looking for a man. You know what I'm saying, Victoria? Like, I'm not out there looking for a man. I'm okay with who I am as I am today, who I'll be tomorrow and the next day. When I gain weight, I'm okay with that shit. When I was younger, it used to be all about making sure you're a certain weight. Make sure you're a certain weight. It's all about this and all about that. At a certain age, I just was like, fuck it. Fuck it. I know I'm a beautiful person, and I'm not even talking about the outside. It's the inside. So nobody can tell me, you can't tell me I'm an ugly person, because I know goddamn well there's nothing ugly about me. And I'm not even, like I said, I'm not talking about the outside. I'm talking about inner. So if I could share that with the younger women before I, decided to love myself for who I am. I had all types of issues when I was younger, because I was the light-skinned one, too light for certain groups. You know what I mean? Of course, because I'm a Black woman, that means I'm too dark for another group. In my life, trying to figure out where I fit in, realizing, you know what? Why in the fuck am I trying to fit in? I should not be trying to force my way into no niche, no group. I'ma just be me. And as long as I'm more comfortable with who I am, know that I'm doing the right thing. I'm not out here trying to harm anyone. My decisions I made were decisions I made for my family. See, they come first. My boys, you know what I'm saying? I suffer from migraine headaches, which kept me from working. So I needed income, right? So I decided webcamming. I don't deny that shit. I did not come here. I don't advertise it. And when people stumble across it, I'm not gonna deny it neither. So at first people like, oh, she's trying to hide. If I was trying to hide, I wouldn't be using the name Bomb Cherry. Oh, you didn't tell us about it. Well, I'm not advertising that to the young women. But if young women wanted to know how to go about making money in the comfort of their own home, and they are okay with it, I would tell them that the ins and outs and some of the things that might come about. Being on the internet, once you put a picture out there, you can't get that shit back. So I would tell them that thing, but I haven't done that because I'm not advertising that. But over there, we got a group of women. Oh, there's no way her husband must be a lame because he let her do this. No, what my husband is the person who take my photos and he shoots my videos and he makes sure that it's what we call respectable. You know what I mean? And we also make sure that when my children were young, they couldn't stumble upon it. But every time a child finds me, it's because somebody's parent decided to dredge that shit up and they show it to their own fucking children. My children have never come across my shit. My children are adults now. They know the name Bomb Cherry. So if they saw some name that says Bomb Cherry on it, some video, they would know as men not to watch it. Now I gotta explain this all over. Okay, so Shar, how you doing? What I was talking about earlier was the confusion on how you took my statement and you said that it was a question, right? You made it seem like I was attacking black men in that area. And I've been on here for a little bit. I've never attacked my brothers, nor my sisters. Okay? But when you said, what did I say? I mentioned that is only done here on YouTube. Somebody asked the question, and the question was, why do black men live off of black women? And then she also asked, why do black men live off of black women? And then she mentioned something also about why the black man always blamed the black woman for her issues. So my answer to her was simple. I was like, basically what I said at the end, the one that you read, was that only happens here on YouTube and it doesn't happen in the real world. When you read it, you did it in the context of Bomb said black men on YouTube. It was something like being negative. You did not read everything. You didn't put it in the context. And then it was kind of like when you told BGS that, he was like, well, who said that? He was already in a mood, right? He was already, I don't want to answer that. Who asked that? And you was like, Bomb, Bomb Cherry. And he was like, oh, yeah, I know her. Yeah, we know her. I'm like, what the fuck? What do he know? This nigga don't know nothing about me. And so that's all I was coming up there was to correct it. I did not have attitude. My apologies if that was interpreted. Hope it was cleaned up. I sent the link because my eyes were going cross. Thanks. Thank you for that, Shar. And I'm just saying that I did not get in your hangout or his hangout, y'all hangout, to start confusion. I really didn't. I wanted to just say, I think y'all have me confused with someone else. Because I've never come in y'all area and been disrespectful. I was always in hangout. Before you ladies jumped in the hangout, it was just BGS. He was speaking up there for at least a half hour. I was in that room that whole entire time. And I did not say one negative thing. And even when Kendra D, when she popped in, she said hi to me because I had said something to someone else. And she said, hi, Bomb Cherry. And I said, hi, Kendra D. You know what I'm saying? And there was no negative exchanges. In fact, her and I had a little exchange of conversation about culture. She said something about culture. I said something else. She disagreed and made her statement. And then I said, you know what? I agree with you, Kendra D. And that was it. That's how that shit went. I was there that whole entire time without any problems. The last time when I was in the hangout before this, when they got invited me to that bashing session, I guess we could call it, right? To the roasting session. I had been in the hangout. We was talking to the men. I was, kind of playing around. Remember, we was talking about sizes of women. Sizes of women clothing, not the size of the woman per se, but the women's clothing. And I was, and that dude, that cop dude, he was like, why you think this? Why you think that? I asked one little question in the comment section. He made it seem like I attacked him when I didn't. He was like, how you know I'm not athletic? I didn't tell him he didn't look athletic. So he decided, it's like you read pieces of things and people just go and they assume you're attacking them. And so I got in the hangout. I was like, I wasn't attacking you, my brother. And I said, I don't know what you look like. I can only see based on the picture you have up. And I mentioned that he had a cigar. That's why I asked the question, right? I asked the question, "No, are you athletic?" And then when he was like, "Well, why would you say I'm not athletic?" I was like, "I didn't say that. I said, my brother, I was just basing it off the picture you had with the cigar." He was like, "Oh, this person smokes cigars and that person," and BGS right there, like holding this nigga's hand. Like I'm thinking, wait, we got the intelligent one, the one who I listen to all his videos and I'm green a lot of times on what he's saying. I don't never disrespect him. I'm watching him hold this disrespectful black ass dude up, holding his hand, walking him down, fucking down the lane. And it looks ridiculous. It looks so fucked up. So when I got in the hangout today, old dude jumped in. And that he ready to pounce. He ready to beat down. First thing he said, "Oh, yeah, at least you got on clothing." I can put up 1,000 pictures right now. And I have on clothing. Okay? I have on clothing. So I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Even in that shaving video that I have, guess what? I'm fully fucking dressed. I had to pull up the dress and shave. Somebody paid for the video. I did the video. It's his video. I'm just wondering, like, what the hell? And then they make it seem like they're not for the drama, but they are really for the drama. BGS don't seem like he for the drama, but he will allow certain people to be for the drama. I knew as soon as I left, they was gonna pop. Soon as I jumped out of the hangout, I already knew it was gonna be popping off. That's why old dude was already talking about, "Well, I'm not in the feelings, you know. I've been going through bullshit all week." Why is you whining to me about that? Why is he crying and telling me? Because I did not get in there hangout to be disrespectful, but they attacked me like that. You know why? Because when you're a woman, you see, that's the common denominator. Common denominator is some of those fucking men have problem with women. Or he's MGTOW on the male channel and a simp on the woman channel. He's flaky. I agree. It's weird. It's weird when there's some channels where you're listening to this brother, you could tell he's intelligent. He sound stupid and lame to bring up his IQ. Because see, those of us who are knowledgeable, right? I'm gonna use that word. We understand the IQ. And when do you take an IQ test? When your fucking kids take their IQ test today, you get a high school. This nigga probably took his IQ test recently, and now he's very excited about a 140. He's very excited about a 140. I couldn't believe I'm gonna take that IQ test right now, nigga. And my IQ test score is higher than yours. I know how intelligent you are. Guess what? Some of the things you educate on you, because y'all give out information that I'm listening to the man. I want to listen to the black man, see what the black man has to say. But for you to tell people, women, that they need to homeschool their children, you got to come up with a plan. You can't just tell people that they need to homeschool their children, because people need to work to take care of the family. So like anybody could say, well, you need to stay home and homeschool children. Everybody isn't educated enough to even educate the children, right? So I guess you so intelligent, Mr. High IQ, you never thought of that. We know young boys use one side of their brain mostly, and women use another side. We know that. It's actually, there's a book where men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I'm just wondering, like, what the hell? And it would, and Bentley, and it would be nice. Now I stayed home and I didn't homeschool my kids, but I was there every way. When he said something that I agree with. As the kids get older, you got to be more involved in their schooling, because the school system is all messed up. I already know young black men are targeted from boys when they're boys. The police start targeting. I watched it. I watched police. They will come in your community. They may even start throwing a football with your kids while they're obtaining information from your children. We need to know this. We need to keep our children away from police officers, because what they do is that they sit there, they ask them about their families. Oh, where do you live? And they notate this shit and keep it in their little system. Something go down in the neighborhood, and somebody said, well, he looked like he was this tall. He looked like he was this. They go through their book and start flipping to see which kids they know that fit that description. Trust me, I know this for a fact. People will always draw you. I don't care about people judging me for my past. I don't care about people judging me at all. I just say some of these men, I don't think they want to be judging nobody for their past. You know, I don't down my brothers because I know how difficult it is for them. I understand that they're targeted from a young age. Going straight from school, they want to put you right in prison. There's lies about the crime rate. They blame it on the black people, but mainly black men, even though the facts are not true. No, the police is the problem, Bentley. Not just the police. The system is the problem. I know you don't see it because you're a person of another race. You don't see it, but I could prove it to you, right? I could prove it to you. Yeah, everybody has something in their past. There's things in my past that I'm embarrassed about. Yeah, I've been mentioned when I got married to my husband. In the beginning, I was feisty. I was feisty. My husband pissed me off. I would take some shit and throw it at his head. Bam! I've been through. I done broke up so many of my little knickknacks, right? My little whatnots. Depends on where you're from. Y'all know I'm talking about the little statuettes and shit that I used to buy. I used to purchase these Miss Marthas. I used to be a collector. Those things were very expensive, right? Oh, you're black? Well, what the hell? You said you was white, dude. And no, the police, the system itself is designed to be against black people, but mainly black men. It is true. But anyway, I used to take my little things. He knew it. My husband knew the duck. We were young when we got married. I know that was a mistake. So because of that, I thought you did, but I might be wrong, babe. I apologize. Anyway, I admit that I was wrong, and so when I speak to young couples or young women, I let them know. Look, we need to understand that men, because in the beginning I did not know that men and women thought so differently. We think differently. We care about different things. So now that I know that, I let the young women know. Look, what he's considering, what you're doing, you positively might be trying to, get him to go in the right direction, but he might see it as you nagging. So I try to just give information so relationships can work. I'm from a family of families. Everybody in my age group and up, everybody in my family is married. Every male and every female. When it comes down to our children, that's when it seems like the younger generation just not into marriage, right? He said if black boys come from a stable household, they won't have a problem. Bentley, that's not true. That's not true. The system is built to go out and target black men, and it doesn't matter what type of family. They don't go through and start looking at certain type of families. Okay, they target young black boys. My kids have never been in the system. Why? Because there were times where I had to go outside and I had to be who I had to be. Right? I had to be a mother who looked like I cared. My children was always in the eye distance. What you mean, access? I'm trying. You want me to ask the psychologist? Yes, from a two-parent household, they have less chances, I guess. No, it doesn't really matter. My children are from a two-parent household. I'm gonna give you an example, Bentley. Okay, so one summer, it was during the summer, my children were outside playing with some friends, and one of their friends had a bicycle. Right, they were playing football. Not football. They were playing basketball. at the basketball court. And you know how they do where they take turns, right? Teams. Where one of the young boys was playing, who was one of my son's friends. He had a bike sitting on side of, sitting there. And so my son said, "Can I ride your bike?" So my son got on a bike and he was riding around the court on it. All of a sudden, police run up. Come to find out, the young boy had gotten a bike from his cousin, and his cousin stole the bike. So the bike was a stolen bike, and the boy who had the bike didn't even know it was stolen, nor did my son. My son was actually on the bike. So my younger son runs home and say, the police have Mark in the car. Police? I'm like, police? What the hell? So I run outside, right? So now this was back in the day, but I've always been on the internet. So I run outside with my camcorder, right? This was before phones had the ability to record and pictures. So I run out with a camcorder because I was on the internet. So, I already had those things. I run out and I'm like, I'm hitting record and I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, my son don't steal. We don't do that. We did da 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 da. I had a conversation. I didn't get rude or crude, but I'm gonna tell you, that's what these cops do. They'll bypass the drug dealers who they know are selling drugs. You know how they know? Because they getting paid from those drug dealers, but they target little boys. It's a fact. I've seen it not only in my community that I lived in, but other people's communities. They will walk up to a young boy and ask him what's in his book bag. The young boy is too young to even know his rights. His parents are nowhere around because he's just in the neighborhood, and they want to know, let me see what's in your book bag. Okay? Fact is, white men are killed just as much higher. What are you talking about, Bentley? That is not true. How old are you? I don't even want to go into the stats. The stats over there that you go over there when you go to that .gov website, you need to read those pages. On those stats is not just stats, right? There's like 100 pages attached to those stats. And within the reading that people don't like to do, you'll find out that the information on the stats is voluntary. All police aren't giving in their numbers. It just so happens that the black precincts, the precincts in the black communities, they decide to volunteer their numbers. The police white precincts, in the white communities, they don't have to volunteer their numbers. So I can go and show you right now. You could be one black man and get accused of 5 crimes. One incident, 5 crimes. So one guy, he get accused of murder. Then he disorderly conduct. Then they might say why he was stealing, he might have murdered someone. All this shit, right? So one guy can get charged with all those things. It goes on the stats. Even if he's found not guilty, they don't go and remove it from the stats. It's still on the stats. So you're not right. So even the percentages over there is incorrect, whether it's raw numbers or percentages. And then think about this. Why use percentages when you have the raw data? That right there should prove to you that shit is fake. Why? If you know when the person has committed a crime, you know for a fact if they caught that person, then they have the raw data, right? They have the raw numbers. So why would you break it down to percentages? Percentages aren't supposed to be used when you have the data, when you have the raw numbers. Percentages is used when you don't have the numbers. So you need to even understand that. So for example of how percentages are supposed to be used, let's say I want to do a community barbecue, right? I want to do a community barbecue in my neighborhood, but I don't know how many people are going to show up. But what I do know is I know that there's 100 homes. The average amount of, I know that there's 100 homes. I know that the average number of bedrooms in the community is 3 bedrooms. So I would take that data and just say, well, 300 people probably show up. See, that is what you use percentages for. When you don't have the raw numbers and you want to try to guesstimate. But if you have the raw numbers, baby, why are you even doing percentages? That's a clear clue that that shit is not real over there. And as we as black people, we need to read, because how you say the word, perpetuate the information. You know, I'm from the South, certain words I can't pronounce correctly, but you know what I mean. Like we hear some things so many times that we believe it just because we heard it, and then so we teach it to our children, and or we spread it to people, but it may not be factual. So we make the situation even worse by just repeating. Okay, so no, you're talking about raw numbers. There were thousands of unarmed white men killed by the police, and less than 15 black. First of all, what are you talking about? Less than 15 black? You must be talking about less than 15 black who was in the media. See, so now you also being dishonest, or you just don't know, right? So you're being dishonest, or you just don't know. But either way, being a black man, you shouldn't be so willing to share information that's not true. Okay, so why kill or target people? Because that's what they've done. Answer this question: why did they come all across, all the way from Africa to have slaves? Think about that. What are you talking about? When you ask a question as silly as the one you asked, why would they target black people? Well, why did they target black people? They could have had slaves over here. They could have enslaved the people who was already here. Why travel all across the globe to grab some people and bring them back? When you answer that type of question, then you'll get the answer to the question you asked me. I'm not saying you are being dishonest. I'm saying either you are being dishonest or you just are uneducated, because you are telling the truth right now. So I'm not accusing you, but I'm telling you, you either one or the other. So you either just don't know that you're wrong, or you know you're wrong and you're just repeating bullshit. And there's no other option to that. Okay? Either you know you're wrong or you don't know you're wrong. It doesn't matter, because you're wrong. It's just that. I'm not saying you're uneducated either. But if you're not uneducated, if you're not uneducated about this particular topic, right? I'm talking about this topic, then that means you're being dishonest. Okay? Yes, we're poorer, even in states where no one should be poor. The poorest states should be the wealthiest states. Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas should be the wealthiest states, dude. Why? Because that's where they drill oil from. Resources come right from there. But they put laws in place to making it to where if they pull this oil 10 miles out in the water, then they don't have to pay taxes to the states. So we got wealthy states where the resources are pulled from, and they're not benefiting from it. Just a small group of people benefiting. The governor, these laws in place, of course, they got a cut of money, but the state is falling apart. But you got to be educated in certain things. Now, I'm not saying you're uneducated, period, across the board, right? There's a lot of things I don't know, and there's a lot of some things that I do know. That's all I'm saying. White people have more worth and still are the biggest criminals. That's right. White people have more wealth, and they have more crimes. They commit more crimes. And then what white people say, well, because it's more of us. It's more of us, so that's why we got our numbers so high. And my thinking is, well, you have more of the wealth. Why are you even committing crime? You have more resources. Why are you committing crime? See, we all know why black people commit crime for the majority parts, right? We know why they selling drugs, because we know they can't get jobs. Because before they was even 18, they already had criminal records. Why? Because I already explained that to you. They set them up when they're kids. And this is facts. I don't even have to repeat this. This is actual facts. Victoria say, and white people, yeah, when they're born, they have more. We already know that. Just from being born, they have access to things that we don't. It um the black unemployment rate is at a all-time low. Bentley, that's not true neither. Why man, I tried to I bet you like Trump, go Trump. So let me explain the unemployment rate, right? So are there more people employed? Yes. But what they did was they fired lots of people from full-time jobs and hired more people, but they have part-time jobs. See how that worked? So remember, if you got a full-time employee, that's 40 hours a week. What they did was they fired people from full-time jobs, and instead of having one person work 40 hours a week, they have two people working 20 hours a week. So now it looks like more people are working, but now you have a whole shitload of underemployed people. But you have to know how the system works and how they lie in order to understand that, Bentley. So you cannot listen to the media and believe the bullshit. It's just too many people on here saying things because they hear it. Anything you hear come from Trump, you need to know that that's a lie. I don't think he's ever said anything that was honest since he's been president. Okay? So we're gonna keep it 100. But if you don't believe me, I mean, just ask around. Oh, you got a new job for real? Oh, then ask him how many hours you got. It's just part time. Oh, it's just seasonal. Oh, it's just part time. Oh, it's just seasonal. Something wrong with you, baby. What is he lied about? Everything. What did Obama lie about? Name one thing. Bentley, just name it. I'm gonna give you time. I'm gonna continue talking. I want you because I know what Obama did do, right? Obama gave people free education. Just because you didn't take advantage of it or you didn't know about it, that's just because you wasn't into politics. You refused to listen to him when he was telling you, and you wouldn't go to the government website. Obama gave us health care, and the only people who didn't benefit from health care is if you already had health care because you are low income, right? So low income people really didn't benefit that much because they already had Medicaid or Medicare or things like that. But see, for the middle class people, see, like my family, we benefited, right? And a lot of families, like my family, lots of middle class people who couldn't afford to pay that health care at their jobs because that shit is expensive. They didn't have health care, and now they have health care. And there are some places where it's a problem. You know what I mean? If you live in a small town and not many doctors and the doctor's not taking it, I mean, they talk about that so much as if it's for a lot of people. That only happens to certain people in certain areas. He didn't give you health care. He still had to pay for that health. Of course, you still had to pay for health care, but it was on a sliding scale. It depends on how much you made. See, you really just listen to people without asking them for all the details, right? So let me give you an example. My husband pays for healthcare through his job, and he pays $800 every pay period, right? That's a lot. That's $1,600, and on top of that, every time we go to the doctor, we have a copay, and on top of that, so $1,600 of my husband pay for healthcare. We still have co-pays, right? Depending on what type of doctor you go to and whether it's in network or not. And then on top of that, before they start paying, they want us to pay $1,200 per person or $2,400 for a couple or for a family. So even though we pay them $1,600 a month, We still can't even use the insurance until we pay out another $2,400. So every time we go to the doctor visit, not only are we paying the copay, but we got to pay the full bill. And after during the year, so you wouldn't know this though. A lot of people don't know this because they have free health care for some reason. So I don't know. So he did give people health care. He tried to give you better health care where you wouldn't have to pay a dime. But, the Republicans came in and said, no, we're not going to pass this. No, you're not going to do this. Because the Republicans wanted the companies, the insurance companies, to still make money. Because, see, the insurance companies was paying the Republicans. See, but you could have got free health care. But the Republicans made sure that didn't happen. Because the insurance companies will lose. They will go bankrupt. You're not into politics, baby. Some conversations you just shouldn't participate in. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, you just shouldn't be. I tell you what, though, if you want to learn how to drive, do electrician, air conditioning, learn how to type, learn computers, any of those technology things, you could have went to school for free, free. You absolutely could have went to school for free as long as your income was below a certain amount. And lots of people, you, of course, I know for a fact you don't have no political science degree. You are lying. Because if you didn't know what I just said, then now you're just being dishonest all across the board. I can really call you a liar. Okay? You do not have a political science degree unless you got that degree years ago and you decided you're going to leave politics alone. He actually just said that. I can't even believe it. Dude, you're wrong. I understand. See, Bentley, no, but I understand you though, because when I was younger, I wasn't listening to no goddamn politicians. For real, for real. I grew up thinking that they were all criminals and that it didn't help the vote. It took me to become a certain age to where I started paying attention, wanting to make a difference in the community, to where I had to start paying attention. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand. So I'm not gonna put you down because you don't know. But what I'm gonna say though is you shouldn't be participating in a conversation. What you want to link on? What link you want? You said drop a link for what? Drop a link on what? Go and type in what did Obama do? What programs did Obama put in place? He helped us veterans. He gave free education. Just drop that in and go read what he did. He told us they even hacked the government website. Remember when he was giving free health care and shit like that? You don't remember they hacked the website? They were doing all kinds of things to try to keep him from doing things and for people taking advantages. If you had any type, if you couldn't find a job and you was medically ill, they put programs in place for people like that, right? To where they would not only pay you to go get the education so you can get a job, but they would pay you while you getting educated. Oh, you want? Okay, the link to the. Okay, yeah, let me do that. I should have did that long ago. I apologize, everybody. I should put the link in. Let me go grab it. But now Obama did a lot of things, and you know what I hear from black people? They say, "Well, he didn't tell us. He absolutely told the nation. That's what he does. He was the president, right? He had a whole big, massive ass, what they call it? Damn." Where he told everybody on television and everything, and he told everybody where to go to the website. And he also, I remember he had a lot of people started going get back to college. See, at some point you couldn't go to college if you had already gotten a student loan but you wasn't paying on it, right? If you wasn't up to date on your student loan for whatever reason, they had started borrowing people from going to school if you was behind on student debt. Obama actually opened that shit up and said, no, you need to get this education. So his main thing was educating the nation. That's what he. So I went to school, went back to school, and I didn't have to pay a dime. Okay. Well, he might not didn't do anything for you because you didn't know about it. Cause and black people for some reason they want cash. You like they want somebody to hand them some money in their hand like this. Be like, here goes the money. And if you don't do that, then they be like, you ain't do nothing for me. Well, I'm not sure what your education sound like. You already have a degree in something. So,
All right, can you
how
hear
you
me?
doing, babe? Yo, you got in here fast. First name like what? You say hey.
Yeah,
God, I'm
you
so
talk.
blessed right now. How you doing?
I'm good. So tell me how he gave us health care. He couldn't pay for it.
Well, okay, but now if you don't have health care because you can't, then you qualify for health care already.
Or you said he gave health care. You said you're giving him credit for giving something. How can he give
Right.
something that he doesn't have control over? Like, how can he give you health care when he can't pay for it? All he did was create an exchange for you to get health care. He didn't give anyone health care. Most people
He
couldn't even
oh,
qualify for the subsidies. And he lied
okay.
and he said that if you wanted to keep your doctor, you can keep your doctor. He ran around and lied for years saying that, trying to sell people on it. And he sold the insurance companies on it. He said he's going to get all these people to come to these insurance companies or whatever, and that's going to lower the price. But what he couldn't do is guarantee that everybody was going to join. When people saw that the rates went up, they bailed out, and that's why those exchanges failed. That's why most people don't even use that exchange anymore.
Okay, that's not true. First of all, that's not true. You know,
That's
people try to
insurance
people.
companies bailed.
Okay, but let's back up a little bit. Okay, so first of all, so the health care really was for those who in the middle class, right? Because if you was low income, you already qualify for absolutely free health care. So there is nothing for you to even have to pay for if you're low income because you got Medicaid, which gives you they got Medicaid and other programs like that.
Exactly.
Now middle class, on the other hand, that means that this family, let's say a family of four, where at least one of the parents or maybe two are working, and they have some income that place them to where they can qualify for Medicaid. Those people, you would usually get health care through your job, but it's very expensive. Remember, I just told you my husband paid $1,600 for a
I'm
family.
telling you that the
Which is
prices in the exchange were the same. It didn't change the
no,
price.
no, no, they wasn't. People was paying. People was angry that they had to pay, and they may have had to pay $200.
They had
Two
no,
hundred
they
versus
didn't.
sixteen
That's what
hundred
I'm saying.
dollars.
Nobody qualified for the exchange. You just explained how the people that needed the subsidy did not qualify for it. The only people that
No, that's
qualified
not
for
true.
the
I know.
subsidy
I
were
had
the
a whole
people
group of
that
friends.
listen.
They people was upset that they had to pay,
But the people
but
that the people that that he was supposed to help were the people that were paying the high prices. Like you described what your husband is paying. He sold it as you're gonna be able to go on this exchange, and because so many people are on the exchange, the price is gonna come down. But
right.
the thing is, the people didn't join the exchange, so the whole program fell through.
That's not true. They
That's
had
why the
to
prices
join.
didn't fall.
You
So
first of
okay,
all,
so
you
tell me,
had to join. You know they had to join, right?
yes, but guess what?
Uh,
Most people say, you know what? I'd rather take the hit like I did. I took the hit because I don't want to use the exchange. So if they're gonna charge me that tax, they can charge me. But the whole thing of the matter is the
so
whole
you will
the
take the
program,
hit instead of
yes,
paying for
because
health care, is
the
what you say.
program was designed. Listen, this is what I'm saying. The only way the program was gonna work is that everybody joined. But he couldn't force everybody to do it. He tried to strong arm people and say, if you didn't do it, you'll get the penalty. But some people say, forget it, I'll just pay the penalty.
Right.
And enough people didn't join to bring the prices down, and so the whole program fell through. And the
No,
insurance
that's
company
not
stopped
true. The
backing it.
program's still going on. What are you talking
They
about?
removed the mandate, so it's gone. Nobody has to do it anymore.
Well, I'm not sure if you have to do it anymore,
It's
and if that
done.
changed, that's just
That part was rescinded. The whole thing was supposed to be repealed, but they repealed the mandate. That's when
Okay, so
McCain came back from his brain surgery and messed up the full repeal. But they were able to pass the repeal to get rid of the mandate.
okay,
The mandate was the key to the whole process. But the mandate didn't work because it wasn't strong enough. He still
and that might be true, but wait a minute. So let's take this little by little, right? So we have a group of people in this nation who work and they need health care. You might need some dental, some eyewear, but they are able to go and health care. Actually, it's not free because they're supposed to pay, but they're not. So it ruins their credit instead of people actually paying into something that they need. So yes, we have some selfish people who would rather make the U.S. Us as a group taxpayers pay for the shit that they could have actually paid for and had themselves for a low price.
That's
Six
why the program
hundred
failed. Just
dollars
because
versus
you just described the
$1,600.
people that killed the program.
Well, the people didn't kill the program because you saw how they was up in arms when they found out. The
But that's
problem
the
was people didn't know that Obamacare and affordable health care was the same thing. When them white people found out that, they was like, wait a minute, you can't take that. At first, they was crying. I don't want no Obamacare. I don't want no Obamacare. But so they had the affordable care, right? They were
bomb,
like, we're gonna get this
chair,
instead of that. And then when they
chair,
found out at the last moment that they were one and the same.
bomb chair. You want? Let me go back as well before you even go there and tell me what people thought beforehand. Did you read the Affordable Care Act?
I didn't read the whole entire
I read
thing
all
because I don't
1,200
have it.
pages. It's saved on my desktop.
Uh-huh.
So trust me, I know about all the things he added in here that inflated the price of healthcare.
He
That's
didn't
why
add that,
people.
right?
That's why
You do
people
know
turned
the
on him.
Republicans did that.
No, they didn't. He
Yes, they
wrote
did.
it. That was his piece of legislation.
No, Obama wanted healthcare to be free, baby. It was gonna be
I
free.
read it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Bomb. I read it. I read it. I took my time and I read it because I
Wait,
did not want to speak about something
you
I didn't
read
know
what was
about.
passed, right? You talking about you read what was passed, right?
Yes, I read the
Right.
whole
But
thing.
listen, originally, before that was passed, remember it took him a while to get that passed. Obama had put in place free health care for all.
He cannot put
Republicans
free
would,
health care for all because he can't pay for it. It's
yes, he can.
impossible.
The
Our
government,
country
he was
cannot
making it to
afford
where it was
free
going to be
health care.
government paid for. And the way he was going to do that was there was going to, like in other countries, a pill was going to be a work, the amount that the manufacturers uh, make for it. They were going, people were just going to pay that. So instead of paying where they could charge you $150 for some pills, if they cost $7, which by the way, let me tell you, I'm a veteran. Veterans
So am
have
I.
to, so you know when you go to the VA, right? When you go to the VA and you get some medicine, they only charge you $7. No matter what the medicine is, you pay $7 for the bottle because the cost of pills is pennies to no more than a few dollars. But these people, these companies want to get wealthy, so they overcharge. So that's why it was going to work because it was going to
I got
be.
a question for you. I got a
Uh-huh.
question for you because you about to help my point. So if his desire was to fix the health care, right? So he
He was
put
doing.
in he listen. So he
Uh-huh.
already added it where the pre. So you were people that had the preconditions that they can keep their get health care, right?
Right.
So if he wanted to fix it, why not just a simple piece of legislation that say you have to charge fair market value, no more inflated prices? Would
He
that?
had
Oh,
that, and they
stop.
turned it down.
Would that or would that not bring down the price of health care without taking over the program? There'll be no need of Affordable Health Care Act. If he do that, that would drop the price and everybody can afford health care and the
That's
problem
what
is
this.
solved.
That's
But
what
that
it
wasn't his
was.
desire. He wanted to take over the industry.
No, he didn't. He
That
actually
was I
he was
read the
making
1,200
free health
pages
care,
that
baby, but they
described
wouldn't
taking
pass it.
over the program. Do you know that if the affordable health care was stood as it stood, as it passed, if you didn't pay that penalty, that they can go into your personal bank account and take that money from you?
Hell yeah, yeah, and that's how it should
All it
be.
listen. So if your desire was to help people lower the price of healthcare, help people get healthcare, why would you have provisions to take money out of private citizens' pocket without them
Okay,
having any recourse?
Let me. Okay, so you got the. First of all, we got to be on the same page. The same. He wanted free, right? To
He,
where healthcare, there were going to be certain costs, not different costs. The
I'm
way
not gonna. I'm not gonna deal with what he said to the committee. I'm telling you what I want to only deal with what came out of the committee.
what came out. Okay, so we need to understand that what came out of it was negotiation where the Republicans went in and
Okay,
tore it all up for the benefit of
he had a
insurance
democratic
companies.
mind. He had a democratic majority, so you cannot blame that on Republicans alone.
No, well, it's not just Republicans, but
You
that's
ain't
who
never
went in
mentioned the
and
Democrats.
made those
His own
changes.
party was in the majority, so there's no way that
No,
those.
that's not even true. What are you talking about?
How?
Remember, he had to actually go above and beyond them to even get that passed. So that's not true. That's not true. Okay, remember when they was denying anything he wanted to bring forward? There was a lot of things he was bringing forward. They cut it down.
Okay.
Okay, he had to actually push this one through.
Do you know how he got it through?
How?
He did it at midnight. He did like one of them slick moves when everybody else was left out of town for a break. He had a secret session and they came through and they passed it. That's why it's 100% democratically voted for. No Republican
Okay.
voted for it.
And then I'm not sure if that's true, and I'm
That's
not going to say that
absolutely
it's
true.
not. I'm not going to say that
If
you're
you
not.
look at it, there's
But
not
what I'm
one
telling you, if
person
they had
voted
to do
for
it
it.
that way, then what you're saying, where the Democrats
I'm
rule,
talking
that's
about
not
in the
true.
committee that put that it came out of.
Republicans went in and they wanted to
It was
benefit
that's what I'm
insurance
saying. It
companies.
was not. It was the committee. Is it okay? If just research the committee that passed that the bill came through. The committees that it came through, it was not a Republican majority in those committees.
Okay, yes, of course it was. He couldn't get this stuff through. Listen, I'm okay because we all over the place.
Okay, I'm
He
just telling you what I
originally
know.
it was free health care for all. Other countries do it. We could have done it also.
We can't afford it.
I mean,
We
why can't we afford it?
afford free health care for veterans. So tell me how we're gonna do it for everybody.
Which we could definitely do it for veterans.
Okay,
We're doing it for
how
veterans
long it take
until they
you to get
start
a VA
taking
appointment?
money away.
How long it take for you to get a simple VA appointment? How many weeks?
Oh, I get a VA appointment right away.
Come on now.
Right away. I could call them tomorrow
How many
and
days?
they'll see me
How many days? Because I know in our area it takes weeks to get an
where,
appointment.
and you probably in a larger area too, right?
Yeah, but the
And
whole
but
thing
also
is
they have the Obama put in these remote clinics for veterans, right?
that still didn't help the whole thing. Do you know how many veterans were added to the VA once Iraq and Afghanistan kicked off?
Yeah.
So now so you can't say that they did us right, but they're gonna do the country wrong.
Where
They did us
everybody,
wrong, but they're gonna do
everybody
the
don't
whole country
qualify
right.
for VA. Just because you're a veteran don't mean you qualify for VA.
Yes, it does.
Huh?
Yet I'm talking about all these people that went to this war and came back with all these industry. All these people qualify
Oh,
now.
for the people who was injured, yes, they qualify, but not everybody. That's not everybody who went over there. Everybody doesn't qualify for VA. That's a misconception that people believe.
But it,
But a pill at VA, I can go get a pill, something that costs me, even after my copay, they still want $50 for some medication. Everything through the VA is $7. And he wanted everything that
but it takes
wanted it across the board for all
they,
citizens in the US. Yes, we can most definitely afford that.
how
But insurance companies couldn't compete with the government, so they put a stop by doing what? Getting Republicans and some Democrats. You're right. Some Democrats they were feeding their pockets too, so they could vote that bill down. And that's when we ended up with the best he could do by giving and
you
taking.
making a whole lot of excuses for Obama.
Those are facts. Those are facts. But even then, okay, let's talk about Obamacare as it is, not talk about what it should have been or none of that.
Okay,
As it is,
but
and I'm
okay. So you say he didn't lie, but did he say that you can keep your doctor?
yes, you could keep your doctor as
But you
long as you
can't.
do.
But you know you can't, right? You know that's a lie. You cannot keep your
That's
doctor.
not true. People was able to keep their doctors. Now,
No.
maybe in
If,
certain areas. Let me
so
tell
if
you where
you
that didn't qualify. The only way that didn't qualify is if the the actual doctor themselves, wherever you was going, right, and it's usually a private doctor who decided they didn't want to They didn't want to be a part of it. They wouldn't agree
You
to the prices that was set.
if you go to the exchange and get
Uh-huh.
get healthcare through the exchange, you will lose your doctors. The
That's
doctors that
not
you
true.
currently
Some
have.
people lost their doctors, but everybody did not lose their doctors.
It's
The
documented all the
doctors,
people that lost their regular primary care
when
physicians
you say
because they
documented,
joined the
all
exchange.
those people, what are you talking about? A couple hundred millions?
You said Obama don't lie. I'm telling you how he lied. I'm
I'm
giving you an example where he bald
okay.
faced
So
lied.
5% of the people who was in the exchange wasn't even keeping their doctor, and that wasn't because of him, right? That's because of the actual doctors deciding not to
No, it's not the
participate.
doctors. That's not the doctors. It was already he knew when he was saying it. Whenever
How he
it
gonna
came
know
out,
which doctor's not gonna want to participate?
it's not about the doctors. It's the way
It
the programs are set up.
what you mean by that? Hijack, what you mean because it actually is the doctors who decides where they're not going to participate. That's how it works for all of them. Some doctors will take Cigna and not United
Exactly.
Healthcare.
So you can't promise people that they're going to keep their doctors because they're joining a totally different program with
Most
a
definitely
totally
he could
different
promise
set of
that if
doctors.
only 5% aren't
But why would
losing,
you say
and
you can keep your doctors when you
99,
know that
if
they saying that they can't?
95% people are keeping their doctors and only a small aren't, he can make that promise, hoping that the other doctors will come around and join the program.
But that's a that's a lot different from what he said.
He said that you're gonna be able to keep it for the masses. That's how it is.
How?
He
That's not
cannot
true though.
dictate.
That's not a true statement.
Okay. Now
You don't
you not being
I'm
disingenuous.
dealing with
And
absolutes.
you
I'm
don't
you
not
mind if I
dealing.
you
I'm
chat?
not
not
You don't
dealing
being
mind
with
if I
no
chime
emotion
in
when
on
I
this,
add
D?
to his statement
go ahead,
taking
Jack.
away
What you
from
got
it.
to say there?
What's up, everybody? All right, so you got to remember now. Only thing Obama job was to sell the product. Obama never read all the way through the Affordable Care Act. Hell,
Right.
not that many politicians read through it. So, yeah, Obama was told to sell the point that people wouldn't lose their physicians, but we all know that some people did lose their physicians because of,
A lot
as,
did.
as Bomb Cherry said, you had a segment of the doctors that pulled out of that program. You had some people who originally thought that they was going to keep their regular health insurance. When you end up with Cigna and some other health insurance companies, they actually developed a Affordable Care Act department and then moved a lot of their customers off of the regular plans. Same building,
Right.
almost the same staff. It's just the staff was on one side of the building and the other staff was on the other side of the building, and they just changed them from their ordinary accounts, still with Cigna, but moved them over to the AC Affordable Care Act uh, coverage. The whole thing was screwed up. There's a lot of people that was told something that wasn't absolutely true, but unfortunately, it's something that's been in the works now for since the 70s, and it just happens that the economy was in the right time for them to be able to get enough politicians in to vote it in. I mean, they've been talking about trying to do a Affordable Care Act since the 70s.
Right. There's a lot of things Obama did. Y'all don't
But
remember
that's
when
the whole thing,
gas
though.
price.
This
Go
is
ahead.
let me tell you how he knew that this program wasn't gonna go off like how he was promising it. You're right. It's his job to sell it. He didn't read it. I read it, so I'm speaking on what I read. The whole thing about it is the Affordable Care Act created these Cadillac plans, and it's the equivalent of you having you only have a car. You don't have a motorcycle. You don't have an RV. All you have is a car. But it's just like saying that Geico requires you to have motorcycle insurance, RV insurance, and car insurance. So that's the equivalent of what the Affordable Care Act did. It covered all these list of things because he thought that everybody was going to join and it was going to cover everything that everybody could possibly have. But once he added all these things that were required to be in each plan, that automatically raised the prices. And that's why people didn't join it, because people would have paid more through the Affordable Care Act than they were paying already.
That can't be. How could
That's
that be?
facts.
How could that be?
I'm
How
telling
there
you
is no
because
way nobody was paying.
because the Affordable Care Act requires things to be covered. Like for instance, me and Jack Spade are males. We're under the Affordable Care Act. Those plans have prenatal care in it. We will never use that. But a portion of our payments are going towards something we would never use. So that's money that we're paying each month
Wait a
that
minute.
we'll never get anything out of.
Right. But that's how insurance work, baby. It doesn't matter if
No,
you go with
that's
Cigna.
not how it works now, though.
No, that's how it's always worked.
No, it's not.
Yes, it has. See, they told you something, and you listened to these
Who
people.
told me?
The
Who told me?
media told you that.
Nobody told me
If
nothing.
you
I'm
go to
telling you what I
Cigna,
read in the Affordable
if
Care
you
Act.
get insurance through your job, they don't you that
If you're a
covers
male,
everything.
you're not gonna have prenatal care in your plan.
Yes, you
It's not
do.
in there.
Yes, it is. It
Okay.
is, baby. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Okay, so when my husband get his insurance through his job, it covers either him, you could do it as a single person or family. Those are the only options, single or family. And family, it could include women and it may not. You might not have a wife, but you might have a daughter. That's how insurance works. They started lying to people talking about, oh, but it covers this. And people wanted this insurance where they could say, well, I'm not going to need that. I'm not going to need that. I'm not going to do that. But suppose you get married. You might not have a wife today, but next year you get a wife. She just get put on your insurance. They don't start saying, well, now we got to add prenatal care. That's not how shit works.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example on
I,
how the plans were designed to cover a lot of things that most people won't use. So
yeah,
that's
but
what
that's
kept the
how
prices high.
insurance works. Insurance is
That's
built
not how
for
insurance.
to get money from
Listen,
young people.
listen.
Okay,
But I'm
wait.
saying is, if the
First, let me just
Affordable
say
Care
this.
Act was designed to lower the price, why would it be
Not,
like
not
written in that fashion?
okay. So insurance is built this way. It takes money from you young people who probably not gonna go to no damn doctor to pay for the elderly people. That's
Correct.
how it works.
But
And
that's
then
what
by the time you get older, the younger people will be paying for y'all. That
this.
is what insurance is.
This is my
So
question to you.
they don't. What's your question?
My question is, if the Affordable Care Act was written in order to lower the prices, why wouldn't it change that?
The prices are lower no matter what. Just because
No, is
if it went
how would
from
it lower it? How's it gonna lower it when you have to pay for things that you may not use? You cannot tailor your plan. For instance, just
you
like with
can't
car
do
insurance,
that no matter
you
where. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You talking about
that's the
tailoring
whole
shit.
point. That's the whole
No, what
point.
do you mean the point?
The
Dude,
point is
insurance
the
is not
Affordable
built
Care
like
Act
where you
would have never lowered the prices of the premiums because it was not written in a way where the plans can be tailored to each individual person and their needs.
okay, so see I don't know where you at right now. Listen, when I say Lord, I told you my husband paid $1,600. And it don't matter if it's for me and him or me, him, and a whole lot of kids. It's either family or single. And therefore, there's nobody in the Affordable Care Act who's paying $800 every pay period. The most they may be paying is $300. That is a big difference. 600 versus 1,600. So if I know why people are confused, because if you wasn't paying nothing at all, you upset paying $300. You upset, but that's just the way it is. And the way to get it cheaper, the way he got the insurance companies to, stop lobbying against him and shit. He was like, okay, we're gonna do this sliding scale thing, and people gonna qualify, and we're gonna make sure everybody get in, so you at least continue to still make money. But he could have put them out of business. He could have just said, fuck that. The government versus insurance companies. The government gonna win every time, right? Because people gonna go for the cheaper. We as people could have took this and made this into what Obama wanted, but people who
But see,
yes, most definitely.
here's the
Man,
deal.
that's not true.
Here's the deal
I'm
with the ACA. What it did was it moved the donut hole from the poor people to the people, the families that was making between $20,000 to $30,000. So with the with the change in the economy, a lot of people lost their jobs or they became underemployed. So the economy pulled a lot of families into that $20,000 to $30,000 range. So they're actually paying more in insurance, and they're taking the brunt of the hit that was
Absolutely.
originally hitting the people who couldn't afford insurance. So it took a problem. It didn't eliminate it. It just moved it to the next social economic level.
Right. Well, and
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Baum. Listen to what he's
I
saying.
just told you that it
That's
was
not
for.
listen, Baum. He's not
No,
saying
you
that
didn't say that because I and if you was saying that, then we agree, right? When I said that the Affordable Care Act was mostly for middle class, people who working class people. Because if you're low income, you already get free health care.
But bomb, if your desire is to have it where you're gonna lower the premium, why do you have a mandate on certain things have to be in each plan? That means
Because
listen.
it's
That means you cannot tailor a plan in order to lower the cost.
because you don't do that anyway.
That's the whole
Nobody
point.
does
The
this.
Affordable Care
What?
Act was supposed to change things, and it didn't change nothing. That's why the prices didn't go down.
No, it wasn't supposed to change things except give people. It was supposed to give people insurance who didn't
They
have
can't
it.
give insurance. All he can do is lower the premiums and give you an opportunity to buy it at a lower cost.
When he say
That's
lower
what
the
it was
premium, he
designed to
talking
do.
about from what you were paid with a job versus what are you talking about? He didn't say you're gonna go in and we're gonna lower it and make you. He said you're gonna have lower premiums, which means instead of the $1,600 my husband paid every month, we would just been paying
You
$300 a
can't
month.
magically make the cost lower. You have to the program, the coverage has to be different in order for you to pay a lower price.
That's not true.
Okay.
The only thing that
All right.
made it to where everybody was gonna be putting in.
Okay.
Remember, you said it was mandated. So instead of maybe just 50, 100,000, Lord, what I'm talking about, 50. Let's just say 50 people bringing in $1,600 a month, right? Which is a lot. He was gonna say, well, we're gonna bring you 1,000,000 people, and they're gonna pay $300 a month, even though people paying
You
less.
can't do
But
that.
overall, they're making more money because they're making people pay into it.
Right, but then you also have to remember there's a lot of people they opted out of it completely and just paid the penalty in their
Right.
income
And
tax.
when they
That's
paid
what
the
I said.
penalty, it went to the insurance companies as well.
But that's what I'm telling you. The program was set up. It was not set up to lower prices. It wasn't set up in a way for it to win. The program could have been a success had it been designed in a way where programs could be tailored so that the premiums go down. So that would give people an incentive to use it. The
Well,
more people that use it, the better it'll be overall for the whole collective that uses
no,
the
that's so
marketplace.
okay. Let's say you tell let's say that insurance companies do that, which they don't. You can't do that even with your car.
Yes,
Okay?
you can.
No,
I
you
can
can't.
choose not to have RV and motorcycle insurance.
Right, but that's
RV or
different.
motorcycle.
We talking about healthcare. We're not talking.
But it's
So
the
you
same.
can't go do a car and say, well,
That's
with
the
my
same.
car, I don't want to insure this door, and I don't want to insure the back tailgate. If the windshield break, I don't want to cover it. You can't do that.
Yeah, but
Right, but the minimum you can have is
thank,
liability.
thank you.
What?
And
That what makes
the
the price
minimum you
cheap.
can have is liability all the way up to full
Right.
coverage.
Exactly. You could do that. That's it. And what does that mean? That means they're gonna pay just certain things. You not if you have an accident, like for instance, if you go in and say, well, I just want the minimum, and then when you need a tooth pull, and they say, well, that's not included. If you break a finger, they be like, well, that's not included. And if you know what I'm saying, if you get a cold and they say, well, your medicine not included, they don't do that, and that would be ridiculous to even
But
do.
that's the model that he sold us. He
No, that's not
sold
what
us
he.
that it's
That's
gonna
not
be
what
a
he sold.
model
Nah, that's some
able to
bullshit.
be
Yeah,
Somebody else tried that.
he
originally that
sold us
was
a tailored
announced
model.
from the get go. That was originally announced. Then they slowly moved
Yeah.
out of that proposal.
He
Right,
lied.
because he had to,
That's the whole
because
point of the conversation. Obama is saying Obama never lied, and I'm giving her examples on how he lied.
no, I'm
ACA, he told us he was going to give us Affordable Care Act that would be able to be tailored to us so that we can lower our prices. But he did not do that. And it's written in the Affordable Care Act that I read.
he didn't do that because of what? Remember, what does the
No,
president
he
do?
didn't do it because he didn't do it.
No,
It's in
oh,
a piece
okay.
of
He didn't do it
legislation.
because he
His
couldn't get it
name is
passed.
on
I
it.
told you what he had
Come
originally
on.
had
He's the one
proposed.
that's going out there and selling it. Don't put your name on something that you cannot back up.
Oh
So
my
I'm not gonna let
God.
him off the hook for that.
No, I thought you was into politics, so you should
How
know
you think
how
I
this
am
works.
into
Originally,
politics?
when he was
I
selling
read
it,
the
he was
whole
trying
damn
to get
act.
this thing passed. Then it has to go through people who won't pass it. They
So
sit
you don't
there
want
and
to
they
give
start.
Obama no credit.
No,
No credit
yeah,
for
you
his
don't
life.
want to give him credit. I'm not saying he's one of them presidents who never told a lie
You
ever.
just did.
I'm telling No, I did not. First of all, we wasn't even talking
Yeah,
about
we
that.
was. That's how this
We was
conversation
no,
goes.
and you was like, "Well, I can
We
prove
said
he lied
Obama said
because he
something.
didn't give us.
I'm gonna
He
give it
said
to
he
you.
was gonna give us this." We already know the president can only do so much, and that's the first thing Jack said when he came. He was clear about that because we all know that he
Yeah,
can't get nothing passed by himself. He can't just write shit up and this shit just go through.
but
So
I'm
that's
but
why
there's
it's important
but
to
there's
know
one
what's
thing I
required.
there's one thing I got to add to it. So you have to remember now when Clinton was in office, he was trying to push a government basically government sponsored health care coverage plan. So the
Expand.
ACA that we have now is actually a portion of that insurance plan that the Clinton administration was trying to push.
Right.
The only reason why that didn't get put in place was because the economy wasn't in the right position for the vote, or not the voters, for the Congress, for for the Senate members to actually vote upon it. Only reason why we got the ACA was just because the downfall of the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and that's how we got that Medicare for children. That's where the chips and all that stuff came from. That's a
Not chip
result.
in here.
That's a
Chip been.
result of no, it's not. That came through the Clinton. That was
Oh,
like
you
the
said
process
Clinton.
when
Oh, okay. I see.
the
No, I
Clinton,
thought you meant
when
Obama. Then.
they tried to do it for everyone. They tried to expand Medicare for all. They couldn't
Right.
get Medicare for all, but they were able to get Medicare for children. So
But yeah, so the for this healthcare reform stuff, it's been in the works since the 70s, and
yeah,
they kept trying to push it, kept trying to push it, but they couldn't do it in the 70s because of the economic crash, couldn't support it. So the economy in the 70s, well, the beginning of the was not in the right position to be able to support it. So they had to wait till the economy dropped enough to be able to support it, but not be a financial collapse. So it just happens. It was the perfect storm, and that's the reason why we got the ACA, aka the Obamacare plan, when we got it.
Yeah. You know,
the
healthcare
fact
costs a lot. You know.
lied about the ACH, which makes him a liar.
Oh Lord. Okay. Now. Okay. So what else did he lie about?
Lied about. Let's see. He lied about Fast and Furious with the guns on the border.
Say it again.
He lied about Fast and the Furious. That
That's
program where he was sending guns, he was sending federal Glocks to the cartels. He was backing one side over the other. And then one of our border patrol officers got killed with that gun and recovered a weapon and figured out that was one of ours. And there's a program called Fast and Furious. He lied about it.
uh-huh. Now, this like because you didn't let me finish my question. I was about to say what else did he lie about that other presidents haven't? I mean, like let's compare the lies.
We ain't talking about nobody else. We talking about
No,
one.
because that's how this all started, right? We was talking about the different presidents. I started talking about Obama and saying all the things that he did, and then people was like, "Well, what Obama didn't do this, Obama he didn't do nothing." That's what you hear from a lot of black people. He didn't do nothing. And I'm like,
Yep.
no, he did a lot. You go look and put in what did Obama do for the country and a whole shitload of shit. Now, for black people, it might not have helped because you didn't know and you didn't want to go to school. You didn't want to educate yourself. So black people are looking for somebody who's gonna come around and knock at the door and give them some money. And that's the only person who did that shit was Bush when he stole his last term. When he stole his last term, because he did not win that shit. And then he
I
all
just
of a sudden to get us to forget what he did, right? He gave us extra money in our income tax.
Are you sure it wasn't his first term?
So I'm
No,
just
I'm serious
saying,
because he won in a landslide his second term. It was the first one that was
one
questionable.
against Kerry. I don't remember which one it was.
no, wasn't it it was the last term. The first
No,
one he
no,
won. The
no. The
last
first
term is
one,
when they closed them polls in Florida and
no,
wouldn't let a lot of black
his
people go.
that was his first one, and even then, that was not true.
Yeah,
That,
they
that was
recounted it
what?
and everything. They recounted it and verified everything. He
Yeah,
won.
those the ballots that they recounted, they only recounted the ballots from Black, Hispanic, and the senior citizen areas. They didn't recount the votes from the middle class and upper middle class and the rich areas. So
Right, because those are the people they stop, but they can't recount something they wouldn't even let people vote. How you gonna count some shit you wouldn't even let them do?
Now that wasn't Bush
That was the first term.
that
Right.
wasn't Bush that announced that those precincts had closed. That was the media. The media did that to try to discourage the
People from
Republicans from
going, yeah.
going.
Right. The media.
What's his
Talking about
name?
the media did that.
Yeah,
Okay, so not the media did it.
Dan Rather
But then the
was
thing
involved in
was,
that
they
because
actually closed. These people was there, and they closed. Was stopping them from voting even when they had all the information right there. Couldn't do this. Couldn't.
The polls close at a certain time. You do know that,
Yeah,
right?
but and they closed it too soon. This is something
no, they
that's
didn't.
already
They
well
didn't. They, no,
documented.
they didn't close it. They had Dan Rather and a lot of the other national
They called the
media
election
people
too early.
told them that the polls were closed, and Dan Rather just reads the monitor. So if they
Yeah.
said, so if it read across the monitor that the polls were closed at 7 o'clock, Dan Rather reported, and a lot of the other ones reported that the polls in these certain areas were closed at 7 o'clock, even though the doors were wide open.
Wide open. Oh, okay. So they just reporting it. Yeah, because they were supposed to be open. I think till 8, wasn't they?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Something like
just a
that.
big. So yeah, it was a lot of people, but who said they were standing out there and they closed it in front of them. So that didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm
Now,
not
see, the
denying
only
it.
thing, only now, if you're standing in line,
Hmm.
and let's say that the polls do close at 8 p.m.
Right,
If you're standing in line, they'll have a
Yeah.
representative come out and they will give the person that's in the very back of the line a ticket.
right. That's what they were supposed to do, but that's not what they did.
I don't know about that. I don't know about they
Yeah,
That
close the door while
I
people
haven't
still
seen
in.
any accounts of anything like that happen.
yeah. What are you talking about? How do I even know that this happened and where it happened if it didn't happen? What are you talking? This happened. People was in line and they were saying that they turned them away, said that it was closed.
Well, you know that stand in line and said something in front of a camera now. I got to question that
But
one.
you gotta verify that.
Okay. Oh,
Trust
so
but
y'all gonna question a whole group of people because if
trust
you're
but
standing in
verify.
line, that is not one person. It must be a whole lot of them. But
Cause
I mean,
I
if you look it up online yourself, I mean,
cause
you ain't
I
got to take
I
my
can
word.
pay I can pay five women $500 a piece to get on front of the camera and say I got some good dick, and they'll
Uh,
do it.
of course, I would too. Send me that money. Send that shit to Bomb Cherry live at what's it
No,
called?
no, 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 no,
Nah, but no.
no.
Yeah. So I understand why there are some black people. We've even had this conversation. I remember some people in the hangout was like, "Well, he didn't do nothing for me," and I was like, "Well, he gave this. You could have went to school. You could have learned something. You could have did this. You could have
How?
da da da." And they
Obama
were
didn't
like, "Well,
do
I
none of
didn't
that
know, and if
stuff.
I didn't know that he didn't do nothing. No, if you didn't know, that just meant you was unknowledgeable, and
What did
you didn't.
Obama? What else Obama did? I'm so tired of people here saying
He
this
did
stuff.
a lot for the veteran.
What he did?
He did a lot
He
that
didn't do nothing for me.
do anything for you. Could you didn't want to go to school? Maybe you already
Okay,
got to
now
school and you didn't want to go.
listen. I was over there getting sand in my boots, and I
Oh,
couldn't
well,
see
so
the fire. I couldn't
so,
see
but
the
when you
fire.
came back, you're able to,
Let me
you
finish.
got a lot of benefits. You got
Let me
a
finish.
lot of fucking benefits.
Let me finish.
Uh
Cause
huh.
so when I came back, when I served, when I was ducking them bullets, let me tell you what he did for me. I'm gonna tell you what he did for me. First of all, he sent me over there. He froze my pay for his whole 8 years. Then when he sent me over there, he had me in equipment that had been sitting in the country for 10 years. We couldn't get it updated. We couldn't upgrade it because he had cut our budget. Then what he did was
Oh, really?
hold up, let me finish, Bob.
You're
Let me
not
finish,
being
Bob.
truthful,
Let
dude.
me tell you what else he did. Then
Uh huh.
while I was over there, he said, "Hold up, I'm gonna send you over there, but I'm gonna also change the rules of engagement. So now you have to not only get positive identification on your target, you gotta wait for a muzzle flash. Then you gotta determine the caliber of the weapon, and you can't return fire with a higher grade than what's being fired upon you. So therefore, that 50 cal on my vehicle, I can never use if somebody's shooting an AK or a handgun at me. So
Uh-huh.
while I'm in country, I gotta take all those shots at me, duck my head, and keep going. So tell
Okay.
me what he
First of all,
did.
you're not the only person who
Tell
went
me
to
what he
war,
did.
right? Number one, and secondly, he doesn't write those rules of
Come
engagement. You know
on,
that, right? He's the president. So he has people. He has people who write all those
come on, man.
things submitted to him.
Come on, man.
So we know this. We know this already.
Yeah,
So you don't want to give him no credit, man.
I gotta side with Baum on that one. Obama doesn't control he doesn't
Oh,
control that.
it's his administration. If I don't
Nah,
lay it at his feet, whose feet do I lay it on?
Say what?
It's his administration. If I don't lay those problems at his feet, whose feet do they go to?
When it comes down to that part you just spoke about, you can start at the chief of staff and work your way down.
Who appointed the chief of staff?
It's up to that's the
It
chief of
depends
staff.
on who appointed him. Was it the person before him?
He
Because
did.
I don't remember him getting someone new. And who was
Come
I
on,
can't.
man.
I'll have to look it up. But it depends on when you went. Like, did you go when he first got in? You know how that roll,
I've
right?
deployed. I deployed under multiple administrations.
Now I have to ask a question. Now, what branch of the military were you in?
Army,
The Army, um, National Guard, Reserve, or active duty.
all of the above.
Okay,
Well, you
so
can't, huh?
all right, so
Oh,
let's look
you
at
mean separate
let's
times?
look at it this way. All right, I served with Third ID, First Battalion. When First Brigade, when Second Brigade went into hell, I forgot where we was at. They went in first. They got hit hard. They had to roll out. First Brigade went in. When First Brigade went in, they changed the rules of engagement. The base basically said
It was
if it
spray and pray,
moves, if it moves, shoot at it.
pretty
So
much.
I seriously doubt Bush. I believe Bush was in office.
He
I
was.
seriously doubt Bush had anything to do with the changing the original rules of engagement and the change in the rules of engagement.
How not when it was under his administration and it was under his direction?
That is chief of staff and down.
The chief of staff gets his orders from who?
That's chief of staff. Any
He
type of
serves at the pleasure of the president.
military planning like that. That is
Yeah, that's not.
chief of staff
That's
and down.
presidential directed.
Chief of staff
No,
or down.
Come on, y'all. We
yeah,
all
you
serve.
are.
We know
First
the
of all,
chain
you
of
know the
command.
president. He
Just
don't know
keep going
nothing
up the
about those
chain.
things. He go by the person who
Go
he.
up the chain. So, okay, I got a question for you. Jack. So, isn't it ironic that we have a pro-war president, right? When Third ID was getting their ass handed to them and they needed help.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
So,
whoa,
hold
whoa,
up.
whoa, whoa,
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna tell you what we got
whoa,
hit too. So
that's a sensitive
I know
subject
how
now.
it went down. So when units were getting hit hard and they needed to be able to defend themselves, we were under up. We had a hold on a second, y'all. Sorry about that.
Man,
So
you at work?
yeah, man.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry about that. So damn, what was I? Oh, okay. So when we had a pro war president, the rules of engagement were written in a way where we can defend ourselves. So then when we had Obama in office, where his goal was to get us out of these countries, then all of a sudden now we can't defend ourselves. That cannot be a coincidence.
When you said not defend yourself, what you mean?
I
Like,
just explained to you the rules of engagement.
no, yeah, I'm listening.
So let
I
me
don't know
tell you
how they
how it
change.
worked. How it worked. So we had to get positive identification, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we also had to see the muzzle flash. Then we had to determine the caliber of that weapon that was fired upon us. And then we had to make sure that we did not return fire with a higher level of caliber than what was shot upon us. So for instance, my 50 cal in my vehicle, I couldn't shoot it at someone that was shooting an AK because it was smaller. So I
Oh,
had to let them shoot at me.
oh yeah.
But in OIF1, as far as I remember, the rules of engagement changed like 20 times
They
from the time that
And
we
doesn't it also depend on where you are also?
that and
it's
the
theater.
threat level.
Right.
And when we was over there for OIF3, we had the rules of engagement changed at least from 5 different levels. Now it'll go from level 1 up to level 5, then it'll drop down like level 2, then it'll go. But yeah, we had something like 5 levels, and every time we left the fob, we had to check to make sure we knew what the current rules of engagement were, because it can change at any minute.
But what I described to you, isn't that a very distinct difference than the rules of engagement you guys had when you were over there?
No.
No,
Come on
I
now.
mean, besides maybe trying to figure out what they're shooting at you with, but
But that's
I
a
think it's
difference.
yeah, that's a big difference where you
right,
can't
but the thing, but a
overpower
lot
them.
of times that just has to do with the political climate.
But the political climate is dictated by who?
The
The
president, of
commander in
course, that
chief.
is, but he want to get y'all out of there.
But
And
that's
not,
what I'm saying. So you cannot say that directive didn't come from him when he's the commander in chief, and his desire was to get us out of there.
yeah,
That
but you,
that is chief of staff and down. That's
But
right.
military.
they serve at the pleasure of the president. So you cannot not you. So you can say the chief of staff did it. I'm not saying. I know General Ordinero. He's the one that wrote it. I know his name was on the card. He did it. But what I'm saying is General O got his orders from the White House. They got it from the president.
Right, but you also have to remember you have the Secretary of Army,
Defense,
Secretary of Defense.
I get that,
Uh,
right.
but they get their orders from.
No, they don't get his they
Yes,
every
they
order from
do.
him. He
Come
tell them
on,
what he
mom.
want, and then they go and do whatever they need to do to make that happen.
Now, what you
Come on
can
now.
say is
But I do understand what you're saying, though.
Obama may give the final approval. It may run across his desk. Hey, we need to do this, and he'll ask a couple of questions, and if his advisor says yes, we need to do this, he'll say okay. But for it, but Obama really doesn't know anything about military tactics. That
Never
is
served.
chief of staff. That's not his job.
But
His job is just to be the salesman.
but is that not? Is he not responsible?
Yeah,
If
he's
that,
responsible. I know what you mean when you say responsible, as far as, yeah, you lay everything at the president's feet, right?
yes, that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, he
Right.
might be responsible, but if anything goes down, you've got chief of staff down that's going to take the
Oh
hit.
yeah, it's a
Right.
lot. But it's a whole list of names. That's the problem for that. And but but thank God we got through it. You know what I mean? So the point of the matter is, these are things that's attributed to Obama that nobody wants to talk about. So he's not the perfect president that people make him out to be. He did a
We
lot of
ain't
messed
say
up
he
stuff.
perfect. I'm just saying he's the best one we've had.
How? What did he do? Give me
I
tangible
just told you.
All right,
tangible
now
items
you
that
about
he
to share
did
the
that
you
were
about to
positive.
share the stage by yourself, there, Bone.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's the best one we've had. I'm telling you, our
Mm,
economy today is from
From
him,
who?
even though Trump gets credit.
mm,
Shit, bro, we all know how everything worked, right? So,
mm,
how much was gas when Obama got in?
mm,
How much was gas when he got
Bomb.
out?
Bomb, do
mm.
you know how much regulation that President Trump has cut? He's cut regulation since he's been in office. That's what's spurring the economy.
And wait a minute. So you think him cutting regulation is a positive thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because listen,
Oh my
but let me
God.
let me give you an
All right,
example.
Oh my
y'all
fucking
both
God,
about to
dude.
stand on your own stage because y'all.
Something wrong with this dude.
I don't know,
That-
something wrong with
No, you
both of
a
y'all.
Trumpster.
Let me
But
okay, let
see,
me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
uh,
So, do you think if it all right, for instance, if I want to open a barbershop, I gotta go to a school, I get a state license, then I gotta get like in some states you gotta become like a registered esthetician, right? If I
right?
cut the regulation where you just go to a class, get a certificate, go to a state approved class, get a certificate, and you can open up your shop. Would
Uh-huh.
that A spark more people opening up their own barbershops and salons, or B have less people doing that? What's gonna happen? One of the two, A or B.
You talking about barbershop. So I first of all, you talking about on the
I'm
job.
giving an example of
That's a
cutting
bad
regulation
example
and
of
would it have a positive or negative effect on job growth?
It'll have a portion of a positive.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it'll be positive to a certain
You're
extent
right.
until people
So
start getting cuts, diseases, and all kinds of shit.
Oh
no,
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 I was
no,
looking at from
no.
the perspective of
Of an
you can get the
example,
license, but now you have to if you're going to take out a business loan, what's the what's the
Insurance.
climate of the business loans? Are they loosening up some of the regulations, or are they tightening up the regulations on the business loan side, or even the bank the personal business loans when you get from a regular bank?
the Dodd Frank was cut as much as possible, but we can't mandate for lenders to lend. So he's cut the red tape that was standing in between the small business loans and the consumers trying to open those loans. But
Oh,
then when
that's what are you talking about, dude? The things this
Dodd
man is
Frank,
regulating is
Dodd Frank,
to make sure that a building doesn't fall, to make sure that concrete is
ain't
strong
I'm
enough.
talking about
He
Dodd Frank.
cut that
It's the
red tape.
financial.
So instead of this barbershop, let's say the regulation for the cement and the steel used in that barbershop to make sure it stands structurally, right? He's cut that out. So now people could come and build your barbershop without any limitations, right? Without any regulation. And when you go and open that barbershop,
I
right,
don't know about that, G.
it falls down.
What are you
And
talking
now
about, Bomb?
that's what this regulations you talking about with Trump isn't about that
That's
simple shit you just mentioned.
that's I'm
You
giving
made
you
that too simple. He's talking about
because it
roads,
is. It
the
is that
building of
simple.
bridges, the buildings, the chemicals that's being dispersed in the air where they was limiting that for our health. Now there's no regulations on it, so they can spill. Monsanto can kill up a whole city like they did in the 80s and the 90s. Right? They killed a whole goddamn city. Millions of people are dead
What
today.
movie? What movie were you watching?
I was there. That's why I have constant fucking headaches. I was there. They had people, they got cancers that never existed until we went to that army base. And you can look that shit up. I got a headache that lasts 20 years and it never stopped. The only reason my shit is that simple is because I was only there for basic. Anybody who was stationed at that place for longer than basic, they're dead.
From
Now
what
that's a
place?
fact.
What place?
Fort McClellan, Alabama. Go look it up. My
Hey, I got.
Santos.
Oh, hey, you know I served too, right? My
Uh,
first
oh,
sergeant, my first sergeant
what?
with the basic and AIT, and he with the MP training at McCullough.
What year?
He went.
What year? Because they closed
He's
that
been there
post.
24 years. So that
What?
put he's. Let's see how
Oh
long.
my God. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm
But
sorry.
now,
I'm gonna leave
now,
you
now,
alone,
now,
dude.
now,
You
now,
saying
G.
you
I'm gonna
saying it?
leave you alone. So you went. Wait a minute. So what's your MOS?
I'm an MP. My first sergeant went to basic and AIT there.
Wait a minute. MP? No, no, no. MPs was at where I was. That was um Lindenwood, right?
They weren't at Leonardwood when he went.
What?
I can I can call him right now, dude. Like I'm telling you.
No. Where did you go? You said what?
I
You
said my
said you're
first
MP.
sergeant.
Where
I
did you
said
go?
you saying that everybody that went to McCullough is either is dead, and I know people that
I
went to
said if
basic
they
and
was
AIT
there
at McCullough.
long, I was there. So no, I didn't say everybody. I said if they was there longer than a certain period of time, they are dead. And if they had children, then their children have issues.
That's not true.
So
I know a
that's
lot
what
of
I'm
people that
telling
went
you.
to McCullough.
What?
I served with people that went through McCullough.
Of course,
Spent a
I
lot
went to
of time
McCullough.
there.
Now go and find out if they got issues. Go and do the research on Fort
Come on.
McCullough,
I
Alabama.
don't,
Right
I
now,
don't
where
have to do I don't
goddamn
have to do the incident, but
concrete
I
is
know the people that
melting,
served there.
baby.
Okay, but you have to understand also. Now, when you told me about Fort McClellan, I did the research, but I also did some deeper research, and there's quite a few military installations, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, that had illegal dumping, illegal testing, and stuff, and they're running
I
through the
didn't say
same.
anything about nothing illegal. What did I say that? I
Well,
didn't.
you're
I
saying
know
about
there's
the health
other
risk.
posts, but my Santo was right there. Go
Right,
and look up
right, but there's
Anniston, Alabama, and see the billions of dollars those people got. And if they were living there back then, they're dead also.
right, but
So
also what I
what's
was saying was there's other military bases of all the branches where the past 50, 60, 70, 80 years there was some illegal dumping, illegal storage of hazardous materials,
Uh-huh.
illegal dumping,
Okay.
illegal testing, and they're going through the same problems with the water, with the soil.
Right.
exactly?
But
What about Flint?
I didn't say that they wasn't. But what that got to do with the one place that they want to deny? The one place I was supposed to be the last group going through. So they already knew this was poison even before I went through. We were supposed to be the last.
Why is Trump cutting regulations gonna stop something like that from taking place?
He's cutting regulations to shit that's important. Chemicals
How?
going in the
Name
air.
name one thing that he cut that was important that we need.
Uh, Places like Monsanto allowing certain gases in the air that's harmful.
Which
That's number
regulation did he
one.
cut?
Causing cancer. What? What else?
Which
He cut
regulation
the
did he cut?
regulations on
Name the
building of
specific one.
roads and bridges. You don't
Now,
think that's like the most important thing right there?
No,
If
now,
you
do
you
when you say
climbing
generalizing it.
across
I'm
a
telling you,
bridge that just decides to
name
collapse,
one regulation that he cut that affected that would have affected what happened to you to happen would have stopped from what happened to you happened to someone else.
I just told you the
Which one?
chemicals, freely using chemicals.
No, name the
In
regulation. Go to
oh, you want me to
whitehouse.gov
name the
and
actual
go to which regulation
regulation?
and tell me
Oh
the one
my
that he
God,
did.
dude,
now,
That's what I'm telling you.
I have to ask the question of
dude, something
cut.
wrong with you.
Now I've got to ask the question of cut. Now you have to
Mhm.
understand. Now we've had quite a few regulations that's been repealed, regulations that have been added on. So if you have something that was going on back in the 70s and it had 15 different regulations that need to be adhered, another administration comes in and they raise it from 15 regulations to 20 regulations. Another comes in and lowers it to 17, and then another comes in and lowers it back to 15. You have to say, okay, how did the cuts actually affect it, or did they just take away some of the unnecessary red tape?
Absolutely. That's all I'm saying is that he's cutting red tape.
I don't know.
That
I
he's
have no
cutting
idea
things
what you're
that's
talking about. We
required.
Yeah,
talking
so
about. We
so
talking.
I'm saying
No, I
if
know
you
what you mean, but why did they even put the red tape there in the for the
He
first place? Like
he
when it
didn't
wasn't
do
there,
it.
why did
He's
they
the guy
put it?
taking away the red tape.
What?
He wasn't the guy that put the red tape there. He's the one getting rid of the red tape.
That's right. He's taking away the safety net for
How do
everyone.
you know it's a
So
safety net?
company,
He just
how
gave
do
an
we know
example
why did
of
so why would they put red tape on companies for no goddamn reason?
for
do you know
political
how many
for political
overregulated
reasons.
issues we have in this country?
How many?
We have
And what you mean by
thousands.
overly? Because when we talking about
Over.
the buildings of
I
buildings,
just gave you an example of an overregulated industry.
what the hair
Yeah.
cutting?
Yeah.
Okay. Until okay, so they're
That's an
gonna take away the
overregulated
red tape. And I don't even know why we would go something this simple. I'll give us a shit about some regulations on some
it's
haircut. I tell you this though, if even if they cut the red tape, right? And we're not even gonna talk about the structure of your barbershop crumbling down on people because that he cut that. But we're gonna talk about how's your insurance gonna go when they realize that he cut this out, right? Because you're gonna need insurance for that barbershop, and they know now that you don't really have to make sure your equipment is soaked in certain chemicals to make sure people don't get diseases and shit like that, right? Because he cut that out. So now your insurance gonna come in and say, well, they gonna either make you start abiding by shit themselves by regulating you, or your insurance gonna go up
okay.
because people gonna sue your ass when they get something in their head.
If you have
So
a rule that says you're supposed to soak your equipment for a certain amount of time and a certain amount of chemicals, is that any guarantee that that's going to take place? Yes or no?
it's not a guarantee, but if it's
Okay, so
there
how is
and
that
they
going to
walk in and see that you're not doing it, you're gonna either
got
lose your cert, right?
got you? Yeah. So
That's
my question is is the regulations helping or is it just there for show?
it's helping. What are you
How
talking
is it
about?
helping? There's a lot of rules that are in place. There's rules on top of rules. So what I'm saying is the rules on top of rules that are already there. How is that helping?
It's helping to make sure people are safe. What are
Rules
you
don't
talking
help
about?
you.
You're talking about barbershop, first of all, and
Yeah.
I don't know. So I don't know what particularly you're talking about, but I
Okay.
just gave you an
So if the
example.
rule is there, if the rule
What's
is
the
there to say
why?
you're
What
supposed to
rule? What?
do X,
Be
Y, and
particular.
Z.
What?
If the rule is there to say that you're supposed to make sure all your stuff is clean, and then somebody else come back and say you got to make sure it's clean according to XYZ standards. Then somebody else come back and say not only got to be clean, but you got to use a certain type of chemical. Then you come back and say you got to use
That
that.
sounds good.
Hold up,
And what's
listen. And then
uh-huh,
you got to use this certain type of chemical, and then you got to throw away the chemical on a certain day, right?
right?
So somebody comes in and take away all of the adding of the layers and just say, look, your stuff's got to be clean. If it's not clean, we catch you. That's your ass.
That's too
Or you be
limited.
more
Because
safe than you
cleaning
were with
the
the
way
old
you just
rules
set
that
that up,
were.
right? The way you talking about, oh well, it just got to be clean. They took away the layers. Now you got all types of health issues because they told you that you can only use certain type of chemicals because they might have found that people was using chemicals that were dangerous to people's health. Maybe people was breaking out. It's not like they just decide to just put rules on you. There's a reason for the different
But
layers.
but you got to remember now with some with those rules, especially when you start talking about certifications, it does one or two things. It's a it's an employment tax for one,
Thank you.
and second, it's also used to increase or slow down the growth of a certain industry.
There
So
you go.
if an
It don't even
area,
make no goddamn sense. What is
That's
even a tax? You know what? A tax is a benefit, right? So you the business, if you the business owner and you paying taxes, if you take care of your business right, then it's beneficial to you.
I
What
can
are you talking about?
I can explain that. So with me having worked in radiology, I needed um first thing I needed was a um ARRT certification, which was nationwide. So that was I understand the certification, but that is a tax because
yep.
I had to pay. We had to You paid almost like $300 to uh get your 24 hours in per 2 years,
Okay,
and
that's
then
not much.
you had to pay, I think it was $35 to renew your card. Now
Okay,
some states like South Carolina, you had to get a state certification. South Carolina, I think the state certification was $125. When you go up to a place like Virginia, it was close to $200. So the reason why they kept that so high, it was to prevent people from outside states
There
from
you go.
coming in and taking away the work. So in order, even when I lived in North Carolina, for me to work in South Carolina, first I had to pay $125 to get a South Carolina um, radiology certification. I didn't even get a job yet. You have to have that before you even apply for the job.
right,
Yep.
and that sounds right. I'm
But
a
listen though, Bomb, that's
wait.
an
We got
example on
wait.
how
I want to say
regulations can be hurting. So
wait.
just because you
Okay,
hear somebody cutting regulations, it doesn't mean that he's not making it less safe. He's cutting away the red tape to make it easier for people to go do what they need to do to make money.
yeah, so anybody could just do it, and oh Lord, they got so many problems with y'all talking about. First, I'm gonna say hi, Beasley. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the chat. Let me just say this real quick, right? Yes, education costs. So I'm a computer engineer, right? Certified computer engineer. I had to take 7 tests just to get that right to call myself a certified engineer. And yes, those tests was in the hundreds each test. Okay. And then every time I got to go and re-up, that costs money. So that's the cost of doing business. And that's for a reason, to make sure you know your things. Make sure you take a test to make sure you know what is required of your job. So when if he came and cut that out, then what?
But Bomb,
But you also have the lobbyists. So you have like you have the barber. We'll say Cleveland, Ohio. We'll just say Cleveland, Ohio. The lobbyist in Cleveland, Ohio says, "Hey, we have too many barbers. There's too much competition. We need to figure out a way. We need your help, Governor. We need your help, Mr. Mayor, uh, to help protect our barbers. We impose that more regulation be added to give
there you go.
another hoop or two for aspiring barbers to try to that they have to jump through before they get work. Now you can have the reverse. They can say we don't have enough barbers. Is it possible that we can cut out some of these regulations to help aid,
That's dumb as hell. That's dumb.
How's that dumb, Bomb?
Want
That
to be
especially when
a
they
happens
start
barber? Do
every
what you need to
day.
do to be a barber. Benzo, it's your turn, baby.
especially when
Be-
they start talking about black males, they say, okay, well, we we we
oh, you
have
want us to lower the standards for black men? That's what you're saying.
yeah, lower the standards because
Oh
we
my
need more
God.
black men. We need more black men to be able to find work. So they'll cut out maybe a step two or three because they feel that it's discriminative against the black males to have to jump through all these hoops to
Yep.
get the proper certification, do
Oh,
tattoos, to do barber work, and a whole lot of other things. So it's just not so much the safety thing, it
yeah.
rises and falls also to protect the increased job or to slow down jobs.
Amen. It's facts.
Benzo, are you there? He said he was waiting patiently, but listen, right now I don't even know what y'all talking about. This is terrible. Y'all want the president. You okay with the president saying, well,
Yeah.
even though these things are in place for the consumer's health sake, right? Or to
But
make
bomb, you're
sure.
assuming that those are the regulations that he's getting rid of. That's why I asked you.
I'm assuming that because I don't know. You the
But
one to
that's what I'm
mention
saying,
barbershop.
bomb. You can go to whitehouse.gov and look at every piece of legislation he take away or add to. It's
But
there.
I know the ones I'm concerned about is the chemicals being placed in the air,
But
him
you
not caring about that anymore,
but
and
don't
the
assume that
road.
doing that. Go find out which regulations he's getting rid of, so that you can have an informed opinion.
The ones that I care about, I told you, I already know about the cement, the roads, and also the chemicals in the air.
Which regulations did he get rid of that made it more not as what did you say,
They
health,
don't
for
have
health reasons?
they no longer have to regular, if Monsanto, for an example, or Texaco, or one of these places that use these chemicals and disperse them in the atmosphere, they are no longer regulated.
That's not true.
Now,
To the
did
extent
did
that
they did they take out some of the regulations, or
It's
did they take out all the regulations? Like I said, we have some industries. I can speak for mine. We are overly regulated. There's some
yeah,
regulations they can just do without.
like what?
absolutely.
Ah, well,
Because
I
even the
know,
one
I
with the
know.
barbershop, I even told you why that would. Okay, let's talk about barbershop. I don't know too much about. Let's talk about nail
Oh,
salon.
I know. I can speak for example. Now, with originally, yes, I was an engineer, but I worked. My job was more of a technician's work. So what they said was, okay, we have too many engineers. We need to get rid of some of you guys. So 2 years from now, all the engineers need to have a master's degree. If you don't have a
Yep.
master's degree
And get it
within
go.
this time period, you can no longer do your profession. So a lot of the work they gave it to the actual technicians, and they forced all us engineers who wanted to remain working to get your master's degree to be able to do damn near the same work I was doing as a damn technician. A little bit more complex, but hell, the work I'm doing now is basically the same thing I was doing as a technician. It's just I needed to have a master's degree to do the same damn job. And
Exactly.
yeah, we lost maybe 30% of engineers because they couldn't get their master's degree in time.
Okay, but did they lose their jobs?
Yeah, they lost their jobs. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
And but they gave them appropriate time to go and get the degree as well.
correct. But I think they gave them a
And they
two
probably
year.
was gonna pay for it at that.
Uh, uh,
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's usually how they
I
do
can't.
it.
I can't say all. My place they gave us a percentage off,
Okay.
but we had to go to a particular school, and you had to do a 20-month course. So they gave you 24 months, but you had to do the 20-month course. So you could do the 20-month course, and I think they had an accelerated 14-month course. But if you bombed out and you hit that 24-month period, you didn't have your master's degree, you had to go.
Okay.
So
Bomb. I have.
that's the thing that we're talking about, adding and decreasing certain regulations and how it affects certain things. Now they didn't. Now Bush didn't. Uh, Trump didn't say no regulations. They may have just cut out some of the unnecessary regulations that were added on during the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Clinton administration, Bush one administration. Some of the things they may have just cut some of those things out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so you saying that Obama, Trump, or somebody, whoever put it in place, they actually said you had to have this degree, or did the job themselves? Because that don't sound like something that the government actually controls your education. Because there's a lot of places that might say they require a degree, and a lot of people say or experience that equals, and that's based on the employer and not. The
No, we was
not
just
the government.
no.
The,
We
I
use
didn't say that was the government. I just
we
said we
using
had
it
a
as an example.
situation. We had a
oh, okay. Well,
situation.
you can't use examples like that because I can't. I'm not calculating. So when what I was gonna say, let's talk about nails, right? Because it sounds ridiculous. But women go get their nails done. They get these false nails on, and then through the process of getting these nails done, they use this chemical that they put on the nail, right? A couple of chemicals to put on the nail. They found out that some of these people who own these companies are using a chemical that actually looks like the right one, but the women are losing their nails, right? They're losing their nails because they want to take the cheap way out. They know that the chemical it will do what the other does. It look like the other chemical, it's just a lot cheaper. So these companies go and buy that cheaper shit, and then women nails start falling off. Their eyebrows start falling off,
Get
and
it. They're liable to get a 20-year headache.
well, I got a 20-year headache because
That's
of the
that's
chemical at Fort McClellan, and it's Monsanto, and how the
no.
government covered for them. But anyway, how you doing, Benson?
I'm good. I go get a manicure, pedicure sometimes, and you liable to get a 20-year headache breathing in that shit they use to stick those nails on.
Yeah, that stuff is dangerous.
You guys were debating the hell out of this shit. Watch.
What you think about the regulations and some of the ones that Trump just dropped?
I don't give a fuck.
You don't care about the roads, right? We could be
I
driving.
do care. I do care, but I don't have that much power over it. In fact, I'm going to call my congressman tomorrow and tell him they need to fix the damn roads. So I'm going to do my part. I mean, I care, but I got other things to worry about or to
Right.
be concerned with. That's not on the top focus. I don't look for things to help me be upset. I avoid shit like that.
Right, but see, you different. See, because you know that you see, like what you just said, you gonna call you probably saw a pothole somewhere. You know you could get that shit fixed by making that call. But a lot of black people, right? Because we think that we don't have no power, and they don't know that they can actually call their congressman, tell them where that pothole is, and get that shit fixed. If you
And
got a light, go ahead.
you may not get the congressman on the line, but you'll get their assistant, and they'll be very cooperative with you because they want that vote.
Exactly.
They
Which
want that
means
vote.
your vote is powerful, right?
Um, and I don't even vote too often. The illusion of your vote is powerful. The possibility of losing your vote is powerful. You can call your county supervisor or somebody. I was just curious, though. I was just thinking about something else.
Go ahead, man.
If this goes for the whole panel, if your Uncle Jack was stuck on the fence, would you help your Uncle Jack off?
Oh Lord. Oh, Lord. No, I'm not gonna be able to help Uncle Jack off. But if it was somebody else, not
All
Uncle.
right. Okay. Well, Uncle just be stuck up on that fence, Mom Sherry. Like she care about the bumps in the road, but Uncle Jack is out there to get whooped to death by Hurricane
No,
Florence.
no, we're gonna have to get another woman to get Uncle, right? Because he's my uncle. We're gonna have to get another woman to come and help Uncle Jack
Fair enough.
off.
Look, there's no right or wrong answer. You just that's your answer.
Yeah.
What about you? Gentlemen, care to answer that question?
You so crazy, man.
You can you can take the fifth.
Who?
He is Jack. So, he is Uncle Jack. Not my Uncle Jack. He's somebody's Uncle Jack.
Most people with a name is Jack, have an Uncle Jack or a Grandpa Jack. Names names reoccur in families. I'll name you after my brother. Names go over and over again, but that's it. I had a nice evening now. What did you make for dinner?
What I did for dinner?
Yeah.
Man, I ain't. I was about to make something for my son. He come down here looking all sad and shit at 4 in the morning. I didn't cook. It's Friday, and I usually make pizza, but
Right.
I didn't even come downstairs. So My husband brought home some Taco Bell, and that's the worst thing I could have ate.
Yeah, I'll give you that should have given you a 20-year diarrhea.
Yes, Lord. I wish somebody would have reminded me before I put that shit in my mouth.
Yeah, it's better to make it, but it looks good on TV, but it's not that good. Believe me, I think that's a California company. Start off, I've been eating that shit for years.
I asked my husband why he didn't just buy the tortillas, because I make burritos and
Right.
stuff. Which I got to put that video up. I don't think I put it up yet. I got a lot of videos I haven't put up yet, but
Maybe he didn't want to wait. I know that
yeah.
you take your time and put love into it and everything.
Hell no, man! I put love into it real quick. You got to watch the videos. It don't take long for me to cook the meals,
I want to make that cheeseburger pie.
That shit is good. It's really good.
But I didn't want to have to buy a whole box of Bisquick to do it. Bisquick used to be in the house when I was a kid, but I don't use that shit too often.
Oh yeah, no, I made the biscuit.
Oh.
Yeah, and the biscuit is only you can use flour and some oil. That's it, and mix it together and give it this fluffy. That's all
Okay.
it is.
Well, okay. Well, I got flour.
Yeah. If I didn't put it up, I'll put up those are my first videos.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what we was talking? Yeah, see, I was at I have this headache. This headache started 20 years ago.
God damn.
It's never stopped. I didn't know why. I kept going to the doctors. In the beginning, I was going to doctors often, and then but not until maybe about 5, 6 years ago did I find out. The government had been hiding this, and they was waiting for all of us to die. Deny until what? Until they die. It came
Damn.
out when when Obama got in and they hacked them. When they hacked them, they got all that email and shit. That's how that shit came out.
Wow. I wouldn't put it past you.
So this is what happened. It wasn't the actual military that poisoned us. It was Monsanto, which is there. But Monsanto made a deal with the government. The reason I can't sue Monsanto is because I was the property of the government.
They're evil people.
Ain't there something? So how you become property of some goddamn government?
Did y'all sign them papers?
Yep, that's how that shit is.
Nobody has a gun to your head. They told you that you could go to college for free and all kind of other bullshit. Then when you get in there, they cut your hair off.
The people who lived in Anniston.
Sounds like you couldn't hack it there, a B.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
I would never do that.
Oh.
Why? I think the majority of the people that join the military couldn't hack high school and do well enough to have another opportunity besides joining the military.
And why do you say that?
That's just my experience. That's just the people that I notice. The military generally doesn't get the best and the brightest.
Why not? Yeah, they have college graduates in the military.
Yes.
I was going through basic. A couple of doctors.
It's not the majority coming out of high school.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna be honest. When I went in, I didn't even know anything about how to even go to college. Right.
Right.
Like, I knew that college cost. I didn't know anything about where you could get grants and I just didn't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Why would anybody put themselves through that abuse if you don't have to?
Oh, because it was fun. Yeah, the military to me was something I wanted to do.
I saw Full Metal Jacket, and they told me Full Metal Jacket is a realistic depiction of the way they treat you.
No, that's bullshit.
No, that's how it was during my time, baby. Y'all had it easy, but yes, Full Metal Jacket is exactly how that shit was.
Hold up there, paper pusher. What you talking about? You?
Oh, I thought that was the youngin'. But yes, and you can't deny that shit. Don't lie. What are you talking about? It wasn't like that. It was in your face. It could touch you back nowadays.
Oh yeah,
Could they
they
not,
did
Jack?
something on my day. They're starting to go ahead and smack you up, wall to wall counseling, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
in my
man.
day,
Why that shit doesn't look fly, man.
it looked good to me. I wanted to
Hey,
be. I wanted to play
it's
war games with the guns and shit. I wanted to shoot people.
Man, I
I was,
went I went my first semester at Santa Monica College, which is like 10, 15 blocks from the beach, smoking some of the very best weed with an exotic assortment of women to play around with, man. And the classes, I had them staggered out, did well enough in the classes. That was a much easier and fun choice. Fun parties, cool people.
oh, so you, so you,
I got a question to ask Beasley then. So
Now,
if a
before you
person,
ask the question, this is going to be an adversarial type question because Jack and I had a little tiff the other night, and
I hope y'all forgot that.
I bet he's still butthurt. I can just tell from his whole demeanor. Come on, Suicide Jack, the most miserable person in the world. Ask your question.
oh, perfect. So in your opinion, if a person was to go join the military, go active duty for 4 years, the military will pay for their military education.
Mhm.
That once they leave active duty and can go into the civilian market without having to go to college and get a good paying job with that job skill that they learned. You believe it's better for that person of going to a 2 year college or 4 year college and be in debt as opposed to hitting the job market not in debt?
Jack, do you realize you just asked me a 125-word question?
I asked you a detailed question.
It's a 125-word question.
It was a detailed
I wouldn't,
question.
for me, I wouldn't do it.
But see, the thing is, you're saying for you.
You asked my opinion.
But that it's easy for me to say,
no, it's not easy. Somebody, I hear a car in the background.
Yes.
Somebody playing Atari 2600.
That's loud.
Well, is that first name? I think so.
Oh, is that first name?
Did somebody mute him while he's driving? I can't hear that. There we go.
Yeah, I muted him. When you come back, unmute yourself.
Yeah, to me, that's not attractive enough.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people.
When I went to community college starting off, before I transferred, you know how much it cost me to go to school my first semester besides books?
Okay, what year was this?
It cost $5.
What year was this?
That's confidential information.
What year was this?
That's confidential information.
What year was this?
You can't ask me the question like you're the police do, and I'm going to change my answer. I'm not weak like that.
What you got?
No, the reason why I asked that is because
I don't need to know the reason. I'm not answering that question. I'm just telling you
the reason
that
why
college wasn't an expense.
No, the reason why I had asked was when I attended.
Hear why you asked. You don't have to explain why you asked.
No,
I'm not answering the question.
Conversation. People are not fighting yet. Yeah, I know y'all gonna get into it eventually.
No, the reason why I had
may as well just get into it right now. That's where it's leading.
No, the reason
asking me questions like he's the fucking police.
The reason why
he gonna ask me the question, I'm gonna give my answer, and he gonna keep asking me the question because it's not what he wants.
No, if you just put a chill on it for about 15 seconds.
Why I gotta put a chill on it, motherfucker? You get on my nerves when you do that stupid shit.
Come on,
you asking me the same question over and over again, like you gonna get a different goddamn answer.
He's not asking anymore. Now he's just giving a statement.
This motherfucker wants to play Perry Mason with me, man. Chill the fuck out. You need to get some pussy.
You don't have to go to Pal Talk. There's nothing you gonna like.
You be up on these panels at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. These are prime pussy getting hours, and you don't get no pussy. You know everything in the fucking world with your lack of laughing ass. Do you ever laugh?
No, I don't.
You a bitch motherfucker.
Oh Lord. So, wait, so I'm supposed to be getting some pussy right now?
Hey,
Um,
hey, you remember what you said yesterday about the 6 inches?
I'm you come off as a person that has a healthy sex life with your husband. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly perceptive. You seem to be you don't seem to be uptight like some of these other people.
Bean,
I'm
you're
so,
gonna have to go to Pal Talk. Let me know when you're ready. I need you to download a program. And me and you gonna go over there. We're gonna. I know it's for you, baby. You're gonna like it.
but everybody doesn't approve of the military, Jack. That's not for everybody.
No, that was not the question I was gonna. That was not the statement I was gonna make, Brad. If you just give
You,
me 15 seconds, I would have presented it.
it's not going to change. I don't like the military. I don't
What I
generally
was
like
saying
most
had nothing to
military
do with the
people.
military.
The only thing I like are generals because generals are like they're badass.
What I was gonna say had nothing to do with the military.
I look good in because I got kicked out of the military for dressing nude in my uniform. I tell people that, and I tell people I got kicked out for dressing nude in my uniform, and I swear to God, they go off. Ah, you deserve to get kicked out. You deserve it. I'm like, did you even hear what I said?
Yeah, you deserve
How
to
can
get you did because you did deserve to get kicked out for dressing nude in your uniform.
right? I'm like, do you understand? How can I be nude in the uniform? People don't understand that shit. How can I be nude if I got on the uniform?
Is that
Yeah.
what the paperwork read?
Huh?
Is that what the paperwork read?
Yeah, I was nude. It was a joke, but yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Let me,
If it was on the paperwork, then it happened.
Jack. You know who Pat Tillman is, right?
Never
Football
heard of the
player.
guy. Never heard of the
Let
guy.
me tell you who Pat Tillman was. And I don't think you're. I think you're being disingenuous. Pat Tillman was a football player in the NFL that had recently signed a pretty large contract. Right after 9/11, he decided to put his NFL career for a side so that he could
Oh
fight
yeah.
for his country.
And then he died, didn't he?
They sent him to Afghanistan where he was killed. They tried to create a story that he was killed fighting the enemy, but he was killed by friendly fire.
Fired. Yep.
And they lied to his family, and then they eventually found out that he was. But you're just telling you that much. That's Pat Tillman's story in a nutshell. Do you think Pat Tillman was a smart person? Do you think he did the right thing?
Okay,
If
so
that's
let me
what he
say.
wanted to do, then that he chose what he wanted to do.
Okay,
See,
so let me say this, right? Because I'm prior military. Um.
I sure can't tell they're dressing nude in uniform.
Okay, so do I regret going in the military? Yes, I regret going in the military. I'll tell people I went in because I did go in. Veterans Day, I'm gonna go and eat. You know what I'm saying? And when I get the veterans discounts and shit like that, go to the VA. But if people have another option, right? Especially women, I'm gonna say this to the women: if you have another option, take it. Okay? Because bang, black people, if you have another option, take it. Cause it's bad. It could be bad. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so when
I
it
just
comes to women being in the military, the last a black female was murdered. She was raped and then they killed her. And the military covered that shit up and claimed that she was, that she committed suicide.
there's a lot of sexual abuse in the military.
Sent her body over here, you know what I'm saying? And her family saw her body. They could tell she was raped and murdered.
There's a lot of that in the military. See, Jack. I just come from a different era. The era, and my folks were anti-war, and I was a child during the Vietnam War, and they instilled that it's better to have peace. That's why I like Mercedes. Mercedes is like a peace
Yeah, I know what you're talking about because when I went in the military, it was peacetime. It was before the war. I
side.
just got stuck there, but I wouldn't have joined if I would have known it was wartime. Fuck that. I don't think I would
Right.
have
It's not
went.
for everybody, and it's a good thing that it's not compulsory. That you have to want to. It's a non-draft army. It's a volunteer army.
Right.
Right, but see, the difference is with me is everything comes with a trade-off. You sit down, you look at the advantages and disadvantages, and you decide what's best for your short-term and long-term goals and aspirations. If the military is favorable for your long-term goals and aspirations, and you can deal with the trade-offs, then I would say join the military. If
Right.
Um,
going to a 2-year college works better, I'll say go to a 2-year college. If a 4-year college works better, I would say go to a 4-year college. Each one of those, and not going to school has its own advantages and disadvantages. So I tell everybody look at the trade offs and determine what your
But
short term goals
but
and long term goals are.
but
well, Jack,
let's be
I
honest
was,
about the military though, right?
I
Let's be
agree.
honest.
I
Remember
was,
back in the day, it used to be could be. Remember when I went in, and probably when you went in, it was be all you could be. And my husband was a physician's assistant in the military, right? He gets out, and guess what? He couldn't get that job to save his life. So what I would say, if they do go in the military, we got to let them know they need to go and get that real education. They're gonna have to go to college, which my husband didn't do. Not for that anyway. He went to college to be a cop. He was thinking about being a cop. And that shit didn't
ooh,
got out. I didn't want him to be a cop.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Law enforcement.
Then when he got out, I couldn't. I was like, I didn't want him to be a cop.
see, when I was 17, I
And what
just
year?
want.
What year was this?
Um, why are you do? You're not very clever,
I was just asking.
and I'm just telling you that you're not very clever. Let me finish my sentence. You have a proclivity for interrupting me.
I'll give you 15 minutes to finish what
You
you're saying.
don't have any authority. That's your problem. You don't have any authority. You're on a mission with no commission. You have no authority over me. I will talk to you any way I feel like it and laugh about it and log off and forget about it. But when I was 17, I just wanted to smoke weed and fuck bitches. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah.
All that square ass shit. I've had a fun life, man. I got a smile on my face right now thinking back in those days.
And this was 1987, 8, 5, 4.
Do you want to
Wait a
know
minute.
how old I am?
If you would like to share, that'd be fine.
Why do you care? I'm not interested in you like that.
We all are about the same age.
I don't know why this dude is obsessed with this. He's acting like he's the police.
Y'all remember the '80s? That was the shit. We were young as shit. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't even need condoms in the beginning.
Oh.
Jack, do you have herpes?
Uh,
Took him too long to answer. Yeah,
well,
more
no,
than likely.
to entertain this, why, yes.
Sucks. You should have been more careful while you're doing your short-term and long-term goals. You should have put some lemon juice on that pussy.
Yeah, maybe I should
Oh,
have.
y'all going way out there.
It's
Anyway,
2 o'clock.
That,
It's five
that,
o'clock in the
that
morning where I am, but y'all not talking about sex.
yeah. Y'all ready to talk about sex? Cause y'all know that's my favorite topic. You know what I'm
nah,
talking about?
nah, nah. I need to know why were you over there on BGS channel? I went on there and I
I
saw
don't
you
need
on there.
who
I said, look at this
talking
here.
about me.
Oh, you was over there messing with him? And
I
you
don't
ain't
know
even.
who's
No,
BGS.
no, a bomb cherry. That's all.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, I went over there. You know what? But I didn't go over there to start no mess. But you know, remember y'all was saying, everybody was telling me that's what they said. That's the people that was over there calling, saying I was the ghetto gaggers.
When I went
oh,
on there, the first statement I saw of yours, you mentioned something about you was over there to find out who lied or something like that.
Yeah, I had been in there for a while, and then we already got it solved. But Shar had said something. She had read what I said, and it was perceived. You know, she didn't put it in the right context. But we solved it. She came over here and she said, "I'm sorry if I read it and it was read wrong." But the way it went, though, I'm gonna be quick. I went over there and I was chilling. I was over there for a while. And we was having conversations, and somebody came in and asked the questions about why black men live off of black women, and her second question was why do black men blame black women for everything. So my answer to I was answering those questions to that young woman, and what I had said was that black men are YouTube. The black men here on YouTube are the ones who are blaming black women, but that doesn't happen in real life. So I wasn't saying all black men on YouTube does that. I was answering a question by basically saying so. But
people.
when she read the question, she said that it was a question to BGS, right? So what she said was, well, there's another question, and she read mine. First, she read the other ladies, and then she read mine, but mine wasn't a question; it was a statement to the other lady. So I was like, and so BGS was like, I don't want to answer that. And why would they? Who asked that question? She was like, Bomb Cherry, and he was like, we already know who that is, and he was like, so I'm thinking to myself, well, what you mean? I know you don't know me, dude. And so that's what made me think, okay. So apparently, you know what I'm saying? Like they think they know me. They're already telling people I'm the ghetto gagger bitch. You know what I'm saying? So
You want to know what? I finally saw the picture of the ghetto gaggle girl. They pulled a slick one. I know you say it's not you. I believe you, but they found a slick one. It looked like it could have been you 20 years ago. They found a slick one. So,
well, no, she couldn't look. She just light skinned because, but they were claiming now. They was claiming people told me because I didn't see it myself. They were claiming that in that BBS that couple of weeks ago they was putting that picture up and they was. I heard that from several people, not just one, not two. It was a lot of people. Now, I just said, and then she hit me with the link. I didn't ask for the link. I didn't say let me come and hang out, but she was like, so I was like, okay, let me go. I'll be in there. Before
you
I
know,
could say anything, I could tell it was like kind of like a setup. I'm thinking, okay, they already talking about, oh, we know who she is.
they
So,
tried to they tried to set me up on the Obsidian channel. They won't do that again.
but see, I can't be set up because if they're gonna go word for word, I've already mentioned women over there who they're very disrespectful, yet they claim to be respectful. I
Hey,
didn't go. I had been in their hangouts many times, and I've never had a problem until a group of women decided, that I was showing myself to their men. Like they can't. BGS didn't say anything. None of the men said anything. It was 2 hours after because I was on topic. All of a sudden, a group of people come in, and you're like, "Come over here. We're gonna roast you. Why did you show yourself to our men, to our decent men?" I'm
oh
like,
man,
"What?"
those some insecure ass bitches. That's for sure.
That's exactly how that shit went down. They were like, "Why you
Right.
showing your body? Why you showing your ass?" And the men didn't say that. They didn't accuse me of that, and that was not my intent.
Oh
But I
man.
got a big ass. It don't matter what I'm wearing. They see that.
All right,
You know?
TMI, TMI.
You know what I noticed?
Uh-huh.
Reg's eyes are real close together. That nigga's eyes are the closest. They're like too close together. He wonder why he can't get no pussy. His eyes are too close together. You can't even see the beauty in anything. He really irks me. Where's he from? Arkansas or someplace? That motherfucker's a Bama for real,
Talking
man.
about.
Pardon me?
Um, anyway,
That's a slow nigga right there, man. They do got
Mama Rain, don't you agree? Because it's, and I don't think it's all of them, because some of them, there's a few women who I listen to, and they don't get in no drama, but they will gang up on you. You know what I mean? I didn't do them anything. I really had no bad, like for real, for real. I just, but I think they were jealous when I mentioned that I'm married so long. I don't know why. Why would a single woman be jealous that I've been stuck in a 28-year marriage? I don't even know. Because I'm saying, you younger, beautiful, single women, do you have fun? Do you? I'm not judging. I would never do that. But they decided to judge me, and then so they wanted me to go to the roasting room, and I went. I went over there. I was like, okay, they don't know who I am, but they can find out though.
Damn drama.
All they were doing was ho 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 ho, and then I started. I started swinging at their ass. Now they invited me to a roasting room. Check this out, Beezer, because I know you know about roasting. They invite me to a roasting room. They didn't know who I was. I go over there, and all they kept saying was, "Why you ho? Why you ho? Why you ho?" And so I started talking about their asses real hard, right? I started going deep in on their asses, and they're gonna tell me, "Why are you being childish?"
They
I'm
playing
like,
about
"But you just
money,
invited me to a fucking roasting room,
right?
and you call me childish?"
And now you getting cooked. Now there's a problem.
Right, and that's exactly how that happened.
Well, my
I'm
question is,
fucking.
why was you being childish? That's my question.
They invited me to a roasting room, and I did what I do.
Man, you ought to try it sometimes, Jack. That shit's fun than a motherfucker.
It is
Hey man,
fun.
don't you know I don't have fun, man? Didn't I
I
tell
can
you that?
tell. I feel sorry for you.
Roasting. Let me tell you how I feel about roasting, because we've been doing it
I'm
forever.
gonna call you Suicide Jack.
It's about coming online, getting with a group of people, and cracking jokes and laughing, and nobody takes it serious. You know what I mean? It, and you just have fun. They crack jokes on you, you crack jokes on them,
I,
and
I do that, but over the years, some people get worn kind of thing because in my little group, we don't let a joke pass. A joke will last 5 years if you get creative enough with it. Dude flew
right.
out to California looking for me. Don't even know what I look like. What I look like. He felt so much pressure from the trolls that he had to find me. He filmed it and everything and went to some apartment building and come on out, Beasley.
Right.
I wasn't there though.
Morphosis, is that how you said Morph?
Morpheus.
How you doing, baby? I agree with you. I'm not on here to bash my brothers, my sisters, or nobody actually. But I will, when somebody make a roasting video about me, I'll go and make another one, but one on them. But then they'll report me and shit. I lost 2 channels bullying. I
Welcome to
lost
the
two
club.
channels bullying because somebody said some shit about me, and when I said and went hard on their ass, they report me for bullying. And see, them bitches over there, they should have known that, but they didn't know that, so they thought I was new, and it was all it was 12 to 14 people in there just to me. They invited me over there, and I thought, I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna have some fun, but I didn't know 14 people was gonna just be against me. But that's why I put up that video where you see me smacking them with a belt. That's how I went. I walked in. They thought I was gonna be innocent. They thought I was gonna run. I kept telling them. I kept going in and kept telling them, I'm not gonna leave. I said, y'all not gonna tell people you ran me out of this bitch. I said, I'm gonna talk about y'all motherfucker that me out. They ended up kicking me out the roasting room. They invited me over there. I was roasting them so bad, they kicked me out. Tried to accuse me of being childish. And then they got mad when I was like, "Bitch, are you Santa Claus? Because all you keep saying is ho 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 this ho that ho." Like that's all they were saying. Now I don't know. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny, but the BGS thing, we got one dude over there who sound like he a little educated, right? I couldn't believe his lame ass had the fucking nerve. Before I could say a word, he wants to inform me that his IQ is 140. The nigga said, he was like, my IQ is 140. And I started thinking to myself, is this lame nigga for real right now? Is he really telling me what his IQ is?
I
I don't
wish
know.
I wish I would have there. I'd been my IQ's 141, you dumbass nigga.
I'm like thinking to myself, dude, are you serious right now? Like,
He was
what?
serious.
Yeah, I know he was serious.
Wanted you to
I
know
guess he take pride in his high IQ.
it's 140, man.
So I wanted to know what is a high IQ. I wanted to know what is an IQ. When did he take this IQ test? Because most of us, if we go take that test right now, it'd be high.
Don't ask Beasley when he took his, because he's trying to hide his date.
You take your IQ test when you're young. And, what I mean? I don't even know what to say
I'm
about
not
that.
really trying to hide anything. Like people asking me questions like they the police. I tell the police to go fuck themselves. I mean, what do you think I would tell you? Trying to be polite.
Are you guilty of something?
The fuck, I know you really are the police.
Great. It's time to integrate, throw them
Yeah.
to wolves. I've been recording it for a while. Anyway, let me see.
Am I guilty of something? Like what?
You said I look like that woman. Let me pull that woman.
No, close enough.
No, it ain't even close, man. It ain't even close. Let me put her name.
I honestly thought it was you.
You did?
I was ready to put $1,000 down saying it was you.
You know that woman got me. Wait a minute. We're gonna pull this up. Isabella. I think that's her name. I got ghetto.
Now, if I would have fudged my story a little bit, I would have won $5,000.
And you know that woman
put
got
down
me.
1, win 5.
Come on now. You know that. Let me gonna put this woman. I gotta make sure I get none of that negative stuff.
I'm sorry.
You messed up my end of the year cruise, Bomb.
I gotta make sure this nasty stuff don't come out. Y'all know, cause I can't. Ooh, that's nasty. Ooh, look at it. That's her. Okay, I'm gonna put this one up. Let's see. Now, let me share the screen really quick. Y'all know this one. Okay, so y'all see my picture now, right? Let me put it big so make sure y'all can see it. Okay, this is me. My eyes are blue as they come. They turn green and gray, but they've never gotten dark ever. Ever, not ever. Okay, let's see. Cheers. I gotta make sure. Okay. Oh. Can y'all can't see that?
Oh, that's you right there. That's you, dog. That's you. That's you all the way, dog. That's you right there. That's you right there.
There you go.
Oh, look at Bomb.
That's you right there. Damn it! I should have put that $1,000.
First of all, she don't have the boobs, and you can't see her. And I can't show. I don't want to show something too much of. That woman. We might be the same skin color.
Bomb, I've been doing photography work for the past 10 years. That's you right there, man.
Man, okay, I gotta pull up a better one. Okay, so y'all, you want to claim that's me? Nah, I got 1,000 pictures.
Man, had I put my $1,000, man, I would have got $5,000. I could be on my damn cruise right now if I would have put that money down.
No, she looks different with the dick in her ear.
That's you right there, dog. That's you.
I gotta try to. Y'all ain't even right for that shit. I'm not saying the woman's unattractive. The woman don't look like me.
We had a real live ghetto gagger on our section. And let me tell you something what else that happened on our section. There's this chick that's really ratchet and argues with people all the time. This morning, I don't know if it's true or not. They're saying, you got the porn up here. They go, this is not, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this. The porn pictures are coming up. It's not
I know that's what I'm trying to take it down.
Oh,
there it goes.
It's not you.
That's you, man. The bone structure. I'm not.
Man, I got a big round face with a big forehead. Come on,
man. That's you, man.
Stop lying.
Don't you know all y'all light skinned women look alike? That's you, man.
I heard that. I heard that a few hundred times. If you light skin, I'm gonna put up this picture. You messy. See, you just being messy right now.
That ain't you right there.
That's me. That's what her name was. Penny, right? Was that Penny?
Yeah, we'll say his name is Penny. That's not you, man. Y'all don't have the same nose.
That's Penny. Let me put some. You just being messy right now. I'm gonna try to find a picture of it that I could put up. It's crazy. But you could go and see all her photos. You know that's not me. You could see her whole body. You could see her, the ghetto gagging thing she doing over there. Like I'm not saying that the woman should. I don't judge women. So I don't. That's the decision she made. It's her body. She do what she do. That's
I'm
all I'm
jump.
saying.
I'm
I
jumping
don't judge.
off. I'm
Huh?
jumping off the USS Bomb Cherry, and I'm jumping on the damn bandwagon. That's you, man.
Okay. But she not a bad looking chick. I'm like, okay, that's me. I'm a claim it. I'm gonna claim it. Oh Lord. I don't judge women for what they do. Or men. You know what I mean? Shit.
Now that's not you,
You
then.
know, dude gonna come when I went into the room, he's like, well, at least you dressed for the first time. I'm thinking to myself, well, what picture have you seen of me where I'm not dressed? Like they make these assumptions. They say shit that's not true. As if he's seen me somewhere where I'm just naked.
You know what, Bob? As an old pro, the next time they do some shit like that, just ignore it. Don't ever even
Hmm?
acknowledge it. The next time they do something like that, just act like you never saw it and completely ignore it.
Hell no, I'm gonna swing on the nigga, but I
You
ain't scared
never.
no more. I'm gonna come and make a video like this one and talk about their asses again.
Oh, look how pretty you are. Give me a kiss.
Dude.
Look how pretty you are. You're beautiful.
Oh, you so nice.
No, I'm not being nice. That's a beautiful woman right there.
See what the hell? I wanted to try to grab one of her photos.
No, we believe that it's not you. I do. I don't think Nene killed her husband.
Oh yeah, but they were talking about she killed her husband and
And
committed
I
crimes, and
witnessed
yet
the
she's
trial.
not in jail.
I witnessed the trial and junk pile video. He was like on her side. He was like, Denzel, stop. It's like there's court proceedings going on. Have some respect for the court. I'm like, if you don't shut your corny ass up in this bootleg ass railroad cracker court, you need to chill the fuck out. This shit ain't real, dumbass.
Oh, they had a court and everything, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I missed it. Oh
He had
man.
a court and she answered their questions.
Oh yeah, I saw it after the fact when OG
Man,
come
she put
in.
it on Patreon. Man, I flipped that shit on that Grandmaster troll. I call that motherfucker the Grand Mistress troll with his sweet homosexual sounding ass. Sound like you got a big ass sugar truck.
Oh, dude look like he has Down syndrome.
He look like he got that. Man, what's up with Reg? Why his eyes are so close together, man? He looks like a Siamese cat and shit. Nigga, what the fuck is wrong? Wondering why you can't get no pussy, nigga. Get out that woman's house. Leave your mama's house. He was like, and the black women, I wouldn't take no black woman after she was swirling. You know, she's a swirler. Nigga, you better try to take any woman your funny looking bama ass can get. You need to go get a job at Trader Joe's. Man, I want to cook red so bad. The jokes just keep on coming.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to turn this down. Something wrong.
You about
Wait a
to
minute,
get
wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh god damn it. Oh, here go it. I found it.
You got too much
Yeah,
Come
time.
on, stop, stop.
that's that ghetto gag gal.
What the hell? Oh shit.
Just go ahead, just unplug it. That's the fast way to do it. Just unplug the whole thing.
Okay, there we go.
Why am I looking down the
Okay.
top of the screen trying to look down her blouse up?
Okay, so I'm gonna play this real quick, right?
I see
This is what
cleavage.
they told me. They told me I was nude. Is it up? It's not up right now. Do I have a picture up?
Yeah.
Is it a video up?
Uh-huh. You look nice too. You know who you look like in that picture? You
Yeah, they
look
told me
like
I was nude in this video.
you look
But
like a
Tracy
light
nothing but my
skinned
goddamn face. Just all face.
doesn't she
They were
look
like,
like a light
You so ratchet, why you nude? I'm like, I have on a hat, a shirt, jewelry. When you come down, you see I have on a black dress. How in the hell am I nude?
My question is, why are you nude?
It's a mental thing.
Now I see
I
why.
lick my lips and men go crazy.
Now I see why TK
Oh, I
retarded
keep
was
it
calling you at two
nude.
o'clock in the morning. Hey, Bum Cherry. This is retarded
Yeah,
Terry in
let's
Philadelphia.
see.
Just thought I'd see what you was up to. What's going on with you?
Now I see why they wrote you up for being nude in your uniform. You nude in it. You nude in that video.
Ah, I made some shit tonight. I won't be making that again. I remember making it. It tastes good. Tuna helper is not that good. That's some bullshit.
Okay.
Saturday, man. I got errands to run in the morning.
Oh Lordy.
What you doing, Jack? Tomorrow I can use my Jaguar can use to get waxed. Feel like making a few bucks?
Yeah, while you working on yours, work on my swing. Make sure you wax it real right.
No, I don't do that kind of work.
But today's the day you can learn. Don't worry.
No,
If
no.
you mess it up, you just redo it. You're on my
Don't,
time. You're on my time and on my dime. So you good.
don't hold your breath, bicycle boy.
Anyway, anything else y'all want to talk about?
Yeah. I want to know why the hell you was on damn BGS damn channel.
Told you.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but I was trying to stay incognito. I said if I type something in, I'll show up.
They know you. I went over there. I was over there for a while, and I was participating. I was having, I was chilling, listening. There was one young lady. She was up there talking, and I wanted to find out who she was talking about because apparently she had read either a book or something, but the information was interesting to me, And her and BGS, they were conversating. I was listening.
Yeah, I was at work, so I was just able to look at the chats.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but they were having a good conversation. She was sharing some things that she had read, and BGS was agreeing, and nobody was arguing. But apparently, you know, they read something that I typed in, and I'm like, damn, did you see what I said? Something like I don't put down black men nor sisters. I don't put down. First of all, I don't put down no one. I don't put down people based on their color. You know what I mean? I feel like this. Wherever you find love, you find love. So I'm not what you call a swirler, but I'm not against it. Like I don't even know what that shit means.
Yeah, I read that chat.
Yeah, so I'm not in. I think where if you find love, you're happy. Some people are not gonna like that I say that. They're not gonna like that because they'll think, oh, you into swirling. I didn't. What's good for me doesn't mean. I'm gonna just be 100. To me, there's nothing better than a black man. For me, you see what I'm saying? That's for me. But just what's right for me doesn't mean it's right for everybody else. So
Nah, usually I just pop in there periodically if I'm home just to see what they're talking about.
they be having some good conversations though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
The men though, there's a few men who I notice are kind of like they really just dislike women, and so they'll make up any kind of bullshit.
I wouldn't say they dislike women, and
I
and
said
see, and,
some.
and, and even the consensus is really it's not the men dislike women; they dislike the attitude and the long term downward spiral. It that appears.
Of
That's what
women,
that.
you mean, right? Because they got men with nasty attitudes and downward spirals too.
But the common argument is just the attitude. They don't
No,
have a problem with the women themselves. It's just the attitude, and it seems as though no one really wants to admit that yes, we have an attitude. We have an attitude, but it's black men's fault.
And so there could be people. There could be some people might have attitude because they're black man. It could be their dad, it could be their brother, their fathers. So if a woman says, "Yeah, I do have an attitude," but it's because I had a dad who did this to me, did that to the family. What is that? She can't speak on that.
But that opens up a bigger issue.
Like what? Oh, like you black men claiming that it's black women doing this and doing that.
Because now they'll say, well, my father was this, my father wasn't this, my father wasn't that. It's like, you got to understand, your mother chose that man. So
Okay, so wait a minute. So it's her fault because she chose the man.
if
So,
if 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 that
absolutely.
man if that man if that man was that bad, but you got to understand now, everyone has their past. So you got to remember, their mother was 18, 19, 20, 25 at one time. So what was your mother looking for in a man that had her to choose that man who became your father?
right now, I mean, you sound like one of these ignorant young boys right now.
Oh, thank
Because
you.
what you just said, right? So let's think about this for a minute, right? Because people change, right? So a woman could get with a man who's doing everything he should be doing, and then suddenly, I don't know, maybe he might become a drunk. He might get addicted to drugs. He could do a lot of things. He might just show his original self where he think he could hit on her because they got married. All kinds of things can happen, but you men, you refuse to even think about that. You just want to lay this shit at a woman's feet. You claim that black women are single parents, and I'm thinking, she couldn't become a mother without a man's help. And then y'all circular bullshit is where she chose him. Instead of saying that we both genders within our community have issues that we need to work on, you all will rather lay this shit at a woman's feet, but she can't get pregnant without you.
But very few men just jump up and become alcoholics. A
What are
lot of
you
those guys
talking
had
about,
a lot
dude?
of those
I
guys.
didn't even just that was an example. There's a lot of alcoholics. There's a lot of drug dealers. There's a lot of just men who don't want to be responsible. So
And
you just picked on that one little thing. You just ignore everything else.
but those men were showing irresponsible behaviors.
That's not true.
Okay.
I got married to a man who, and I told I'm still married to him today. When we got married, I thought he was one way. Soon as we said I do, he turned opposite. And you know what the men what happens is you marry a woman, and then marriage you think of I'm telling you, think marriage means something different. He knew I was one way when he married me, and then he wanted me to turn into this his mama after we got married. In other words, now you get married, now we supposed to be going to church. We can't go to the club no more. You know what I mean? And I was just 19. What the fuck? Now I'm gotta act like he started acting like an old ass man. He was only 21 because in his mind that's what marriage meant. So sometimes we fall into these little things. He did a whole opposite change. I thought he was the man for me because we used to be at the club. Every time I was there, we danced. I love dancing. I love music. Come to find out, my husband don't even like hip hop. Come to find out, he was at the club just so he could get with me. He set out to get me. He knew where I was, and he decided to fit the bill to become that guy for me. But as soon as we got married, he didn't have to do that no more because he already had me.
Sound like to me the brother put in some work.
He did put in some work, but what I'm saying though, remember it based on you. It's my fault though. It's my fault because I chose it.
No,
It's my
because
fault that I didn't know he wasn't being genuine.
now we're talking about something that right there is we call that a white lie.
White lie, what are you talking about? Everything about him wasn't only thing I knew for a fact that stayed the same was his age, his goddamn name. Everything else that I thought about this man wasn't what he portrayed.
Okay, now
Don't like club, he don't even like hip hop. My husband like jazz. I don't like jazz.
Oh, I've got to ask now. So you saying that he did a 100% flip mode on you?
He except his name. I knew his job because we both were in the military. My husband did. Yes. And then when we got married, he when I asked him let's go out, he not only not wanted to go out to the club talking about no, that's for single people.
You damn right.
That's the truth.
What are you talking about? You've never heard of people who like music and like to dance? I was 19. I still can't. I didn't ask him to let me go to the club. I said let's go to the club.
The club for
Oh,
single
we
people.
we know about that. Let us
Yeah,
go
me
to
and
the
him.
club.
What you know? What did you know about that? What's wrong with where I'm from? Couples go out. My mom and dad used to go out with other couples. So what? Like I
Key
don't
word
understand.
with other couples, they didn't go hang out with other single people.
Who didn't?
Yeah.
I wanted me and my husband to go out with my girlfriend and her husband.
Well, you gotta understand, it's a little too late in the game now, but I'm gonna say it anyway. When he put that ring on you, on your finger, when you signed that marriage license and it got stamped down at the courthouse, you belonged to him. You was his property.
Yeah, I bet that's what he thought, but he found that quick. That shit wasn't working. He chose the wrong. He should have chose. See, because I was authentic, so he chose the wrong type of female. And I can promise you, I never fake to be nobody. The same person I was then, I am still today. Just of course, a lot of my attitude. I never really had a bad attitude or nothing like that, but some things, has changed through maturity, of course.
Bomb, I have a question for you.
Uh,
Do you think it's proper or okay for married people to hang out with single folks? Like for like married folks that have like single best friends and stuff like that?
um. Well, yeah, but it depends on what they plan on doing. It depends on the person. Do I have single friends? Uh, do I have single friends? I don't have any single friends.
You know why? Because your interests change. When you're married, it changes. So like that things that you had in common with those people, they should be different.
Well, see, because I got married young, so actually back then I had a lot of single friends, right? Because people weren't getting married. Like I, we were young, we got married. My girlfriends, they were having babies, probably never even got married still today. So, but no, I just don't have single friends because of my age group. You know what I mean? Now, but I had girlfriends, and if I wanted to go to the club, go to the club. But my husband didn't want to go. That's on him. I had to eventually just say, okay, you're not going, I'm going. My husband, you know what he told me? If I want to dance, turn on some goddamn music at the house.
Thank you,
Bars.
Jesus, thank you, Jesus.
He didn't say it like that, but he did say
I
it kind
stand
of like,
behind him. I
I
stand behind him.
a
Thank you,
thousand.
Jesus. 100%. That's right. Turn on that damn radio.
yeah.
In fact, hum the song you damn self.
Yeah, well, that's what he said, and that didn't fly too. Cause that's when I realized, because I was asking him. I met him, even though we was in the same company. I didn't know it at the time, but he found out I was going to the NCO club every week.
How the
Every
hell was
week
you in the
I
damn
went.
no, ho. How the hell you was up in the damn NCO club?
What are you talking about?
they let Laura Lister go to the NCO club
Yeah, no,
before.
I'm just messing with her.
Oh, I'm wondering what you're talking about.
I thought she gonna bite.
That's what we all went. What are you talking about? I didn't go to the officers club. I went to the NCO club. But yeah, we was at the NCO club, and every time I went, he was there. He asked me to dance. I remember the first time. The first words I said to my husband was something real mean. I cussed him out. I was kind of mean. I was kind of mean. And I was doing that though. I had to be mean in order to get men from just always being on me. So that's when I try to explain to you young men, right? I try to explain that some of these women is a protective mode. It's protective mode because when we say, nah, we don't have time to talk, or you know what I mean, that protective mode is to give you the fake number because we can't just tell you we're not interested because then that could end up in a fight. We So we'll give you fake numbers. Can't give you fake numbers today. I go to the out to a store. I have some young man, my kids goddamn age, asking me for my number. So I started calling them baby because see, I'm thinking, okay, I'm I don't look the age that because they I don't know why they think I'm so young. So I start calling, oh, that's thank you, baby, but you too young. That's how I do it now. But back then I couldn't do that. So back then I would say, I'm married. And I'm there for 15 minutes trying to tell this dude I'm married. Are you happy? Can you just have friends? Like these men do not, y'all don't stop. And then, you know what's worse about this shit? I could never go nowhere with my husband. Because men, everywhere I've ever been, dancing with a man, another man will come and challenge a man. Like, you challenging a man I'm dancing with. They don't know if this is my husband or not. A younger dude will cut in the middle of me and this man, and all of a sudden they fighting. That's how I ended up dating my husband. I was dancing with somebody. Another guy jumped in the middle out of nowhere. They started fighting. I didn't know neither one of them. And then my husband walked up and he was like, "Would you like to dance?" I walked away from the two fighting and went dance with him.
That's why couples don't need to be at the club with a bunch of single people, man. Ain't nothing but drama gonna happen.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying now, because you're right. Because every time I go, I give parties, I host parties, and I'm telling you, there's always some fight. I'm dancing with one guy, the younger guy, y'all size up another man, and then I guess y'all now you call it shoot the shot. You'll size him up, you'll sit there looking at me, looking at him, and then all of a sudden you start dancing and push him damn near out the way. This, I'm
Oh man,
telling you,
that's some kid shit right there.
and
Man,
kids.
some men just like that, bro. They just messing.
So it
That's
don't
some.
sound like I'm lying, right? Because
Nah,
I'm telling the truth.
Well, you know the saying. If it ain't on paper, it didn't happen. Show me this happening on paper.
I'm not only that. Let me tell you, the last time I went to the club was it? What? This is 2018. It was 2016 because I didn't go nowhere last year because I had surgery. 2016, I go to the club with my nieces. I know for a fact I'm the oldest person in the club, right? I love hip hop. I love to dance, and I could keep up with them. You know what I'm saying? I could really dance. So I'm in the club with my niece and and one of the little cousins. It's my husband's family. So they young. So we dancing and shit. All of a sudden, the men offer me drinks and shit like that for my niece. I don't drink, so I say no, thank you. Then next thing I know, money starts falling on me. Like I'm looking and money's falling at my feet. I'm like, what the fuck? Hell, like when did y'all start doing that? It's not a strip club. I was just regular dancing. I wasn't even bent over. I wasn't twerking. Because I was my dress went all the way down to my ankles.
Oh,
But I have a shape. It don't matter what I wear. You could tell the shape.
that's some simp shit right there.
But why is men throwing money though? Why? Like
That's some simp shit. That's all I'm saying.
I never seen that before. I didn't even know how to act. Then I start picking up that fucking money. I'm, men, when I go places, men flash their money in front of me. And see, I'm from New Orleans, and the first thing I'm thinking about is like if my brother was here, my
you
brother
about to
would
rob
not,
that fool.
huh?
You about to rob that fool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My brother was here. See, that's why my brother, when he want to come visit, I always think of him. Like, cause these men, they'll be in the park with me, and then they start flashing out their cash, looking at me. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if my brother was here with bash you across your head, your money be gone. I'm like, who does that?
Well, simping has gone international.
I don't know if you call it. I do know that the men, these young men offer me money straight out, like offer me money for sex, but they want to take me out. They know I'm married. I think I told y'all the story where every weekend somebody was putting a gift in my mailbox. I'm into hats. Somebody would put a hat in my mailbox. This shit happened all year, every week. And then one night, like around this time in the morning, right? Somebody knocks at my door. Like I'm on webcam, so I'm dancing and webcamming and shit, right? And somebody knocked at the door, and I'm like, who knocking at the door at 4 in the morning? It's a neighbor. He was drunk. That's when I found out that it was him leaving on the house. He was like, I just want you to know I'm in love with you. I know you're married. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, it's 4 in the morning. You just knocked at my door, dude. You gotta go. I'm like, you gotta go. Well, I'm the one who been sending you those gifts. I see you like my hat. I'm thinking, and he's drunk. I don't even know how to, I can't keep it from my husband. So I'm thinking, how do I handle this? I always got to figure out how to handle this. How do I handle this shit? So my husband did hear me. He walks downstairs, and I had to say, wait, baby, wait, let me tell you. One of the neighbors, he's drunk right now. He's at the door. Don't beat him up. I'm like, don't beat him up. Don't rough him up. Just go out there. I'm like, just go out there, and tell him he got to go.
And he got that man beat up.
No, my husband not like that type, but he would be that type if somebody. He's not a fighting type like that. But yeah,
Mm,
this man knocked at the door 4 in the morning.
mm. That's like them folks that say Fifi doesn't bite. Fifi does bite, lady. Don't give me that damn shit.
Yeah, Fifi will bite your ass. If Fifi smells something on you and don't like, them dogs have six senses and shit. I don't know, but some men, y'all could be really aggressive. Like I shouldn't have to. If I say I'm not interested, you know what I mean. If I say, like, if I'm showing you the wedding, like I had to start wearing the wedding ring. I don't even like jewelry, so I don't wear rings for years. No ring. I haven't worn my ring in a while because I started taking it off again because it feel like I'm trapped. It feel like I just don't like jewelry on my fingers, right? So but I had to start wearing a ring because when I would tell a man I'm married, the first thing they look at is your fingers. It's almost like they thinking you lying to them, so they want to catch you in a lie just to get you to go out with them. I'm like, I'm married. My kids could be with me, and I'm fighting dudes off. It's ridiculous.
See, those are guys who don't understand their potential, so they get a little bit desperate.
I don't even understand, and I get it, because I'm not from this area. I have the accent. I guess they tend to like that. I don't know why, and I don't even know. And I got the big butt, even though before big butts was out, I had the big butt. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause my big butt is real. I don't even know what the men like, to be honest. I actually gained weight. I gained weight to get away from men. Now I can't get rid of shit. This was years ago. I'm talking about in the beginning when I first get it was. I'm like, and then I found out, oh, but men like big women, so that didn't even work for me.
Well, black men are considered oh hell. We're not too picky when it comes down to women. We take just about anything.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Y'all take what y'all think is attractive, I guess. Some, I don't know.
Yeah, so
You putting down
supposedly.
black men, black men. I think what it comes down to is y'all, when y'all, it don't have to be someone thin. She just needs to be what y'all consider beautiful, I guess. I don't know. I had men who don't like me because I'm too nice. Like one guy thought when he came, he met me. Because they used to watch my cam show, right? I was the first webcam person, like literally, for real, right? So I had lots of fans, and so when I host parties, people would come. If they found out I was gonna be at somebody's party, like people would advertise that I was gonna be there, just to get people there, right? And so I one guy, he realized his ass was like 6'5". He came to met me. He didn't like the fact that I was so short. He was like, "You look taller on cam." I'm like, "How you look taller on cam?"
Yeah, you do look taller. You don't look like you 4'10".
Man, yeah, I'm short. I do look tall. You think I look tall on cam?
I just said that just to be funny.
No, but sir, you see me like, because if you look right, that's why Benzo said my husband looked like a big dude. But my husband, he is tall, but it's just that I'm really short. I have to use when my family want to hide some shit from me, you know where they put it? On top of the refrigerator. They know I won't see it, I can't reach it. I have a stool in my kitchen just to put plates up. That's,
Yeah,
so I'm really,
I dated two women who were one was 4'10", one was 4'11". My wife was 5'1".
yeah. Y'all tend to like short, and then I realized the short men tend to love me, right? Because I make them seem tall, even in my heels, which I'm always wearing.
I got
But
tired of my wife asked me to get shit, so I went and bought an industrial stool.
yeah, you know I have to have an industrial stool with me here. 'Cause if I fall on that stool on cam, man, I'm gonna be so embarrassed.
I got her a nice one. I broke $100 at
Oh
Home Depot or Lowe's.
God
I'm
damn, I
tired
ain't
of this
seen
chick
that.
asked me to reach for shit, messed up my damn Xbox game. Come on, baby.
Oh, that's crazy,
Let me
man.
save my game first.
This stool cost me only $30, but yeah, and then I think I told you I had a stripper pole in my bedroom.
Oh
They
yeah,
made a
we told us about
stage for me and put lights around it and everything.
yeah, you told us about the stripper
But I
pole.
would get scared to get on that pole because I don't know, in my mind I was thinking the going to just come tumbling down on my ass one day on camera.
Yeah, I told you about that girl that had a. She wanted me to come over to her place and take some photos. I'm thinking, it's like family photos or maybe some photos that she want to do just of herself. Her room was 10 by 11 with a damn stripper pole in the damn room. I was like, good lord, this is just damn ghetto.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with it. I don't know what 10 by 11, I'm a woman, so I can't imagine what that is. So 10 by 11, yeah, the 10 is the ceiling, right?
No, it was 10 feet by 11 feet. Now the reason why I know it was 10 feet because I had to put my backdrop rod in the room. So the rod, when you extend it all the way out, is 10 feet, and it was touching the wall and just barely at the threshold, going
Oh,
out the
okay.
room. So I knew that was 10 feet, and then I had to run it the opposite way, and I could tell it was about a foot off. So yeah, it was about 10 by 11 with a fucking stripper pole in there.
Yeah. But I don't know. That area that I had probably wasn't even that. Because, it's my bedroom. My bedroom was huge, even though you can't really tell. But yeah, it
Okay,
was. My husband made a stage out of, a, what they call it? Pallets? Pallet and a half. So it's like one pallet and a half of pallet. And then we put carpet on it. Then he put some lights around it. And then my pole was up to the ceiling and screwed in. And
check it
I
out.
might have a picture of it. Let me
This,
see.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna email you this photo. It's a before and after. It's actually of her room, so you'll see what I had to deal with that fucking strip pole in that damn room, and you see how I edited out.
I'm gonna see if I have. Let me see if I have a picture real quick. I know I have one on my Instagram.
Now
Yeah,
I
I
had
do.
to put some work in this damn photo to clean up that damn mess in the background. So
Oh,
I show her the picture, right?
mm,
She says, uh, it looks okay. Like, bitch, you don't know how much damn how much witchcraft I had to use in that damn photo to get all that damn junk out the background.
see, I try to tell the young women. You know what I mean? Like you got to, you can't to keep the fantasy right, and the fantasy, in order to keep it right, you can't be having no mess. Like I tried, but women, even when I was educating, they couldn't get off the fact that I was supposed to be their competition. But women don't understand. Some women don't understand that with men, we women aren't the competition. Because you men, you like different women, different flavors, different styles. You just want to be with women. And so you can like the nice, beautiful chocolate black woman and also come to the light skin. black woman, and then you'll go over there to a pretty white woman, and then you might even go to some unattractive women. Is and I try to tell women like everybody, you know what I mean? Like we're not actually competing one against each other. In fact, what we should be doing is banding together and helping each other advertise, right?
No, 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 no.
Yeah, because you men, like I have fans that have been my fans for 20 plus years. You know how that is because I don't make them choose. I don't tell them, oh, you can't be with that type of woman. In other words, if you listen to me when I'm doing my shows and shit, I'm up and other women.
No,
You know?
we like to watch our cat fight over us men.
Now I ain't fighting no, and then why would we fight? What we fighting over? The money?
No,
Because
just to be in the presence of a man.
I'm not gonna fight it. What you talking about? But women, the young women used to think that they have to be better than the next woman because I don't know why. Because that man, he'll spend his money with you, and then he'll spend his money with me, and he'll spend his money with her. Unless you're trying to date this man. Now, see, it's different if you're talking about dating him, trying to get him to marry you. Then, of course, you want his attention, and then you might compete that way. But I'm what you talking about? We on cam. I'm not trying to date nobody. And you men need to stop thinking that just because a woman is on Instagram, that means she's looking for a man. That's
What?
that bullshit. She ain't looking for no man. She's looking for your money.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
She look when somebody say all she want is dick is attention. No, baby, all she want is your money.
You need to stop
That's what
shooting
she.
down. You need to stop shooting down my fantasy.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. If you want to buy a fantasy from me, baby, it's gonna cost you $59.95 plus shipping and handling.
I ain't got that kind of money, man. did, did we just not say we got a crunch in the damn economy?
It's gonna cost you 50. I try to explain to the young women, look, nothing wrong with getting your money. You know what I mean? Well, nothing's wrong with getting your money. I try to also tell them the rules. If you want the clients, certain men who gonna give you their money, they got men I could sign on Instagram right now, and there's a few dudes who just want to know what my PayPal is.
Do you
No
have
lie.
like a Do you have like a $2.50 sample?
Yeah, I'm about to show it. I'm about to give you a free sample so you can see the stripper pole, right? Let me see if I can make it clearer. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to take this video down after I show this book. Give me a second here. Well, yeah, it's not bad. Let me see how you do this.
You gotta remember, I'm still saved.
You still saved?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not bad. I just wanted you to see the stripper pole.
Don't
it's
have nobody backslide. No.
I
it's not.
still I still got the lingering effects from when I had to change my tire in front of that church.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, okay, here you go. Let's see. You can see the stripper pole. Let's see. Can you see that?
Wait a minute. I'm all over the place. Hold on. Okay.
It's real close to that dresser, but I can jump on that pole.
What the hell you got a bottle of damn alcohol on your table for? On your
Wait a
dresser?
minute. The music playing.
I'm messing with you.
What you said?
I said, what the hell you got a bottle of damn alcohol on your dresser for?
Oh no, I think that's a drink, but that's my dresser, baby.
I'm messing with you.
I have on a what that is, an officer's uniform. So when people say that I'm nude and shit, they don't catch me nude. You will catch me in the little girl outfit, the brownie outfit, the police outfit, the nurse's outfit. You know what I mean? I'm into role playing.
All right, I think that's worth $2.50. That's the bit I saw. Thank you.
That's right. You send that $2.50 to bombcherrylive@gmail.com. Thank you. But you see the
Um,
poll though?
Can you
Go
put me
bump.
on
ahead.
a payment plan?
50 cents a week. Okay.
50 cents a week.
Yeah. And
Man,
interest. It's gonna be
man,
some interest. So
it's
you're gonna
gonna
be
take
paying
me.
it for a year.
It's gonna take me about 2, 3 years to pay that off.
There you go. There we go. Sound like somebody had a question. What you were saying?
How you dress like an officer when you don't like them?
When I don't like what?
You don't like officers, but you just
I
like.
didn't say I don't like officers.
Yeah, you did.
No, we was talking about police officers in the black community, but that's not
You
all of
say
them.
you say we target young people.
They do. They do. They do. I
How?
know this for a fact.
How you know for a fact? You ever been a police officer?
No, I've never
How
been a
you
police
know?
officer. I'm telling you, I know it for a fact because I deal with police officers. I deal in the communities.
Right.
I know what I've seen. I know what we go against. I know the
You ain't never put the badge on your shirt. So how you know what they doing? How you know they heart?
their heart. I don't
Yeah.
care what their heart is, and basically the
Oh,
system.
okay.
What you mean I ain't put the back? You ain't got to put. I'm not talking about a person's heart. I'm talking about the system that systematically is against you, young black men.
How?
Okay, the way it's set up, and I'm telling you exactly what I know. They go in these. They playing football with these young kids. The drug deal, the older men who already got criminal records, they'll bypass them even when they smelling them smoke marijuana. They'll actually walk past them and everybody can smell marijuana. They don't care about them because they already got them in the system. And they walk towards these young kids and they'll start asking their names and where they live. And then they keep a little record of it. They keep a little record. Yeah, when some shit go down, somebody give a description. If it sound like it's that boy or one of the kids, they go to their house.
That sounds like some damn good policing right there.
Thank you. That's called
Yeah.
community policing. So
No,
what's
that's not called community policing. When the little boy didn't even do anything for to have even a conversation with a cop. See,
so?
any
But you
adult would have known that that cop had no rights to
you
be
don't want
asking them kids for their names.
you don't want people to have an issue. You don't. But this is the thing. You want to improve the relationship between officers and the youth, but then you don't want officers to talk to them and get to know them. Which you
Uh,
can't have it both ways.
no, see in the community I'm talking about, I was the president of the community, and we bridged the gap between the police officers in the community, right?
We
So
don't.
that what they assigned based on me and my organization, they assign cops to the community. So we get to know them. They get to know people. That's different than the officers who coming in so they can come in and set up in a little niche and get everybody who's coming in and out. But I'm
They
talking
getting to
about
know
walking
the
up to
community so
kids.
they can know when things are out of whack. It's called community policing.
Oh my God, are you serious? They're not grabbing none of them white people. They're only grabbing the Mexicans and the black people. They're only walking up to our black kids, making it look like they
How you know?
actually.
That's what I'm saying. You
Because
followed
I've
that
had to
officer
deal
his
with
whole.
it.
Have you followed
I'm
that
telling you
officer his
something
whole
that my
career?
organization, me myself, had to
I
help
do the
people get
job.
out of
I'm
situation.
wearing a badge right now, so you can't tell me that I'm going out here and I'm looking for black boys so I can put them in the system.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. So you telling me that you don't have in your car
No,
information that don't go to the regular system, but
no,
there's something that, like, if say there was a call, no police report was done, but you have the information when that call. But you telling me you don't have that?
no. It's illegal.
Oh man, you lying. You lying.
Okay.
You lying. Look at you. You can't even be
What I got
honest.
to lie
Wait, what
about?
state you in?
What
What
I got
state
to
you
lie
in?
about?
I know for a fact of mine.
How?
And anybody
That's
in
what
this
I'm saying.
room who's listening,
I'm
if
saying
you
mine.
ever called the police, let's say you called the police, but no police report was done. Maybe there was a little incident. When you call the police again, they'll know who in the F you are. Remember what happened, even though no police report was done. And that's against the law,
You
right?
have to go
You're
to
not
court to
supposed
even
to be having
call.
a record of no shit like that. So that's why I don't get put in the system.
Bomb.
Not
What
the
I'm explaining
system
to
where
you
we can
that
check.
that's illegal. You can't do that. Every time you make contact with somebody, you have to write a report.
I'm not I'm talking to okay. We're not talking about where you just what kind of report you talking about?
You
What
have
kind of report you talking
even
about?
even if you just even if I'm just sitting here and
Right?
I'm holding a conversation, somebody flag me down. They just telling me about some stuff. I
Right?
give you a field interview card.
Right?
Everything has to
Right?
be documented. So
Okay.
nobody's just going around putting little personal "I'm gonna get you later" books in their
I
vehicles.
didn't I didn't say it's
That's what
like
you
that.
just
But
described.
okay, so the information, right? The report that you just took, right? It doesn't go in
Yes, it
to
does.
where
Yes, it
listen,
does. You
Okay,
can't
wait a minute. So
you
you
can't make a report and then sit on it.
you're not even listening because you're saying that you're just doing a report that's really. I'm talking about. Let me see if I can put it a different way. So okay, when somebody commit a crime, right? How is that written up? Where it's in the system? What is that called?
It's a report.
No, I'm talking about where it's called something else. I'm not talking about just a basic report. Wait. Okay, so like if in order for you to find out that I have a warrant or I
So
actually have a criminal record,
you have to
what's that?
run. You have to run them through the NCIC.
Okay, so that's the system, right? So but when you do a regular, like you just said, when you just have regular contact, where does that go?
Go to the same place. There's only one place to run somebody's information to see if they have warrants.
Okay, but I'm not talking about warrants. I'm not talking about warrants. Remember, you said the regular. So there's one place that go because let me think of the name of the shit. There's one where it's nationwide, right?
It's only one system. It's the NCIC. There's only
Okay, so when you said that if you have contact, just regular contact, no matter what, right? Where no actual report number is even given because it really
yeah.
wasn't written
It,
up.
it
Where does that?
still that still goes into it still goes into the police database with that
Huh?
information. It still goes to the same place.
Okay, so why doesn't it have a report number?
You don't need a report number unless there's a complaint. You got to have a complaint and have a report number.
Okay,
But
so
you also have issues where it's not a complaint. Somebody just wanted to give me some information. Boom, I'm gonna write a. I'm gonna do a field interview. I'm gonna turn that in, and it still goes into the department's database.
the same system.
Yeah,
So
same
why
system
don't have a report number?
because there's no complainant.
Yeah, you see, now you playing. Either you playing or you just don't understand what I'm saying. But I understand what you're saying. So if it's going to the same system, all of it, why one gets a report number and the others doesn't?
It's just told you you have to have a complainant to have a report number.
Okay. I'm waiting. I wish Lord Garrett was here. Where he at? Let me see. I might have to call him on the phone.
That's fine.
Real police officer.
Oh, I'm fake. That's what's up.
Higher in rank who gonna be, what I'm saying, who
How
gonna
you know my
understand what
rank?
I'm saying and not be playing around with the words the way you do.
How you know
Because
my
when it
rank?
go in the system, we know it gets a police report. See, I know if they pull me up, if I ever had a run in with a cop or if I have a criminal record.
That's NCIC.
Okay. But you called one that's what you gave it, and then the other ones you giving different
For the
names and saying
department,
there's no
one for
numbers.
the department and one for your background. And you run the person and that goes into the department record.
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
So you talking about checking someone's background, or you talking about writing a report? What
So
you?
you're saying there are two things, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's what I was talking about. Not, but you kept saying no, it goes to the same place, and I'm like, well,
yeah,
if it goes to the
because
same
it does
place,
go to the
why
same place
one get
because
a number and the other one? Yeah,
all of
yeah,
it
you
goes.
it goes to
That's
a
what I
place
said.
where y'all can check it. But say if how should I say this? You may check, and I don't have any criminal back. Not I don't have no criminal background, but you might have some little note somewhere where there was
Where? Where am I
somebody
gonna check?
called or you called them or
Who called where? If somebody
like I'm
called,
saying if I called you the police, I mean, if I called the police or if somebody there was an incident and I was just around, y'all taking little finely notes that's not really being um available to anybody. It's no report, it's not really supposed to exist. There's a lot of
that's what
things
I'm
that y'all
telling you.
have that
There's
really not
no
supposed
such
to be
thing.
that legal. Go
There's
ahead.
no such thing. Every person. Listen. There is no secret files that's kept away from the public on people. We don't keep files on people. That's TV movie stuff.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it alone, dude.
I'm telling you for a fact.
I've been dealing with you police officers for quite some time.
What,
Okay, you have records that you shouldn't have,
what
right? But
record?
see, those of us who know you shouldn't have it, we'll make sure that you
What
don't have it no
what
more.
records are you talking about?
Oh my
How do
God.
we build a record on someone that we're not supposed to have? Define that. How am I supposed to build a file as you put it on you?
You
If
build
a,
a file when when you come in contact with it.
so if I
Oh,
ask you
okay.
the
Let
name,
me see if I can
that,
explain it
this
like
is
this. Let's say there's a traffic violation, right? Like you wrote me a ticket, right? And I decide that I'm not gonna pay the ticket, but not only that, I'm gonna fight the ticket, right? So you have the file and everything. You know that's in the system. Not until we go before the judge and that ticket, they find that I don't have to pay the ticket, right? It was given unjustly. That should come out of your system. It shouldn't be no record that even took place. But see, y'all keep
wow.
those records until somebody like myself will come and find out that you still have that record
What record are you
on
talking
the
about? So
books,
you talk.
and I
So
come
you
in
saying if
line
your
and say,
ticket,
you better get rid of that.
so if your ticket is thrown, so say you get a ticket, so you saying if your ticket get thrown out, we need to go back in and delete that you ever got pulled over.
Yes,
So okay, so
that ticket exists. Yeah,
let
you
me
didn't know
explain
that? I
something
know y'all don't know that because
to
y'all
you.
keep that. You
Let me,
only find out that shouldn't be there when somebody like myself find out that you still have that in the record.
can I
And I
explain that?
go in and say, you got to get rid of it.
If you
I didn't get found guilty for nothing. I don't
if you
owe you anything, and it shouldn't be
if your ticket is dismissed, that does not mean that the traffic stop never took place.
there. Oh,
And if I delete the record that traffic stop ever took place, you can then come back and file a complaint and say such and such happened on a traffic stop on X day. And then if I don't have a record that a traffic stop took place, you can say anything happened and I won't even have any record of
I'm
it.
not saying that you deleted, not you, the police officer. Yes, but it's supposed to get deleted. So
But this is
yes,
what
you
I'm saying.
shouldn't be
If
deleting
we
anything.
delete
But
it,
yes,
then we open ourselves up for lawsuits because somebody can accuse people of doing something on a traffic stop
we've
that didn't
already
took
went to
place.
court and it got dismissed. So
That's
it's
what,
already
but you
it's
have to
recorded.
pay. Listen,
Go
what I'm
ahead.
saying, Bomb. You still got to keep a record of what took place, even if the result was the ticket was dismissed. That's what happens when you don't have to pay. The ticket was dismissed, but the events that led up to your ticket being dismissed, they still happen. And if I don't have a record of it, I leave myself up to a lawsuit because you can then say, officer, messed up about to say my name. He did X, Y, and Z on X, Y, and Z day. And if I don't have a record, say, well, I did have an interaction with this citizen at this time. They got a ticket. Ticket was dismissed to court on this date. See what I'm saying? Now I have a record of what took place. And if I delete that, then you can say anything happened. So what good does that do?
Oh Lord, maybe I okay.
Does it not make
But
sense?
no, what you're saying makes sense. But okay, let me put it in a different way. Um, okay, so let's say somebody get charged with murder, and you have all those things in there. Have this person who got not convicted, but just accused, right? They accused of murder. They go to court, right? You got all when you pull up their name is all in there, and you know what the case was about and everything. When they get when they go to court and they found not guilty, what happens? Does it still show that they've been convicted of murder?
No, it shows that that case was dismissed for whatever reason, or they were found now guilty for whatever reason. And the reason why that's the place is for the reasons I just described. You can't go back in history and erase all the dealings we had with a person that led up to the court case. So as a result of the court case, we can't go back and delete every other interaction that led up to that. That was
Right.
proof.
Okay. So what happened? Because maybe I'm saying it wrong or thinking it wrong. So what happened? What I'm saying though, right? Okay. So let me get on the right track. So I'm okay. So you don't delete the information, but it doesn't show as a conviction, or
No,
does
it's not going to show up. But listen, this is what I'm trying to get you to explain.
uh-huh.
That you're talking about, that's only in the department's records. It's going to be a department record, and it's going to be in the courthouse records.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to be in the national registry. That when someone checks your background, that's not going to show up.
Okay, okay. So that means that there's two. Remember, you were saying that it's just one. So there is two
They
databases.
feed into each other as a result of the court case. So the department records feeds into the court records, and the court records feed into the background record. See what I'm saying? So it's one system,
Oh,
but it's three steps. You see what I'm saying? They all
okay,
make up each other.
okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Because I'm thinking, how people get convicted, not convicted, accused of certain things,
But
right?
but let me
And
tell you this that you might not know. If I say you're involved in something, right? Let's just say a battery, something simple, right? Say it's a battery, and that today you're involved in you get in a fight in the mall, right?
mm,
Charge a simple battery, you write your summons, you go home, right? The next day you do a background check. That's not going to show up.
because it's too soon.
No, because it's not. It doesn't have a. You've been charged with a certain thing, but you haven't been arraigned. You haven't. There's not a result. So the only time that's going to show up in your background is once it's completed. Now, once it's completed, if you're convicted of it, it'll say, "All right, she was charged with assault." But if you're not charged or it's dismissed, it'll never make it on your background. The only people that ever had their record is the courts, and the normal citizens can't get access to that. You have to be a part of the courts or the police in order to get those records. So nobody's holding on to records or like charging people with stuff so that it can mess them up with getting jobs because their background messed up. That's impossible. It doesn't take place like that.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's what. Okay, okay. So you're saying not until it's resolved will it
Yeah,
go certain
it
place.
has to go all the way run its course, and that's why some people they stall it. Like see, like these people that get these DWIs, what they'll do is they'll get a lawyer. They'll keep pushing it back, and the judge will say, well, all right, you go do your community service and you go to this class, blah 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 blah. The whole time you be like, hold up, didn't you just get a DWI? You still got your job, you still got blah 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 blah. That's because it's not on their background yet.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
not gonna be on their background until they actually go before the judge and get whatever sentence they
yeah,
get.
exactly. And a lot of times though, judges will give them steps in order to complete before they finalize the case. And then most of the time, if you do it, they'll reduce it. But that's how how you'll see these cases of people that have like 3 and 4 DWIs and like how they still have a license, how they still have a job. That's how. So they
Oh,
might that second one while they're still doing the steps for the first one, or in between court dates, you can rack up those other ones. So
oh, yeah.
people they'll be charged with multiple things, but won't be convicted of anything yet. That's because they're in the because with every crime you got to be charged, you got to be arraigned, you got to plead case, you got to make a court date. Like that, it takes time to go through all those steps.
Uh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I always wonder, how when you see somebody and they talk about they had three DWIs, I'm like, how after one, how did you keep getting them?
If you get them in different areas, you can do that.
So so how about if you get stopped a DWI from the state and then from the county? Is that possible? And it would it so it
No,
would be
two different systems.
yeah. Okay. Now tell me this: can state cops can they stop you anywhere, or they can only stop you in certain areas, like on the highway? Like county can't stop you on the highway, right?
That's not true. In
So tell me how that works, because I heard this. I heard that like state can't
what they some people
get
try.
you in county area.
Yeah, they try to say, well, if you're a state officer, then well, most of the time they try to work in reverse. They try to say, well, you're this is a state highway and you're a county officer, so you don't have jurisdiction. But that's not that won't hold up in court. If you're within
Oh,
the borders, if you're within the limits of that county or that city or that state, then that level officer can deal with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I fight tickets. I never had to pay a ticket ever a day in my life. The last time I think I told people how I beat that case because here in Delaware they came up with something called what's that courthouse? Court of Common Pleas, right? So with traffic violations, they're not supposed to go to no court of common pleas. Court of common pleas here in Delaware is a court that they set up in order to be able to just throw things there and make people pay. So it's illegal for them to even give tickets at this court. But people won't listen to me when I try to tell them.
So hold up. What's you said? You get a ticket on the street and then you go to a court that's not your normal court.